neither were we. Well, that's
No, it was.
Thank you very much for coming. If it's possible, just allow me to take seats now. Firstly, I'd like to say if we could maybe take a moment just to remember all the people who have been lost at sea over the last couple of years, and also the Solway Harvester. It's the anniversary today, so respect to all those men. Thank you very much for being here, for making the effort. Just the first thing that we will say, this is your opportunity to speak to your politicians. Across the board, we have some UK representatives who will be here too today. We would want to have respectful debate, and that's very important, and we're politically neutral, but we want to hear about the problems with fishing. That's what we're here to talk about. So thank you very much again. I'm going to hand over to Brendan O'Hara, whose idea this was in the first place. One thing I will say is we are also a national organisation, West Coast and East Coast. And Brendan is obviously West Coast based, so he'll explain why this came about. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you all for coming along. For those who don't know me, my name is Brendan O'Hara. I'm the Member of Parliament for Ardennam and Bute, and I also represented the SSP on the Fishing Bill Committee. And we did an awful lot of evidence gathering, and we went through hours and hours, line by line, on the fishing bill. And what struck me, even before I was on the Fishing Bill Committee, was that there was a lot of talk about the Scottish fishing industry. And I saw that there was a number of Scottish fishing industries, that there wasn't just one overarching body representing every interest of every fisherman or fishing community in Scotland. And so, in speaking to Elaine and to Kenny, I thought, well, wouldn't it be an idea then to get the West Coast, and I speak as I say, the Member of Parliament for Argyll and Bute, to get the West Coast voice heard in particular? Because I was aware that when the Scottish industry was being discussed, that all too often it was the big guys in the northeast of Scotland who were being put up to talk about and to talk to the problems of the fishing industry. So the genesis of today really was to say to Kenny and to Elaine, if we could get the Cabinet Secretary here, and if we could get other elected politicians here, to give an opportunity for the West Coast to speak directly to the Cabinet Secretary and to other elected representatives, because I know from my time as Member of Parliament for Argyll and Bute that there are specific issues that we face on the West Coast. I think 3 times now I've been to the Home Office to speak to 3 different immigration ministers about non-EEA crew and access to crew. And each time we go, they say, yes, we're listening, yes, we understand it's a problem, and then whether the civil servants get to them or whether they just leave the room and change their mind, I don't know, but nothing is ever done about it. And we raised it again on the Fishing Bill Committee with George Eustace, and again at the annual fishing debate when I spoke in December. And again, George Eustace said that he understands and he will speak to the Immigration Minister again, hopefully, to advocate on behalf of skippers looking to bring on EEA crew. And yesterday, Wednesday, again I wrote to Caroline Noakes, the Immigration Minister, to say that we are facing a crisis of recruitment on the West Coast, and I would expect that George Eustace will be making representation to her on this issue. But it's not just about non-EEA crew and access to crew. I think there are other huge issues. I mean, overarching us, all of this is Brexit. And at the moment, if the Prime Minister's deal, unlikely as it is, goes through, and we find ourselves in a backstop situation in Northern Ireland, then what are the consequences for West Coast crew of the Northern Ireland backstop? And I don't think it's any coincidence that so much money and investment is going into Kilkeel, because what it will do, it will put us at a regulatory difference to crews in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland crews who essentially fish in the same waters as boats in the West Coast will be at a competitive advantage to those boats as they land at Kilkeel and get straight into the European markets. Now, you guys have spent, and your predecessors have spent the last 40 years in ensuring that you can get the catch out of the water and delivered to Paris, delivered to Madrid, delivered to Rome in the blink of an eye. And that has to be maintained, because your livelihood's on it, it depends on it, and the economic benefits that you bring to certainly Argyll and Bute and the rest of the west of Scotland are absolutely dependent on it. We, at the Fishing Bill Committee, raised it time and time again, and I praised Fergus and his department for the work that they did in talking to DEFRA and to Michael Gove before the bill was presented. They did an awful lot of good work, but there are still huge gaps within the fishing bill as it currently stands. And it will come back to report stage on the 22nd of January, and I'll be leading again for the SNP. And so it'd be useful to know, if you've looked at the fishing bill, and to understand what your concerns are. And then again, as I did at the committee stage, I can bring them back at report stage. The West Coast fishing industry is an absolutely vital component to the economic well-being of the west of Scotland and to Argyll and Bute, and it's far too important just to be ignored. or just to be let, carried away in the tide of Brexit or any other government regulations. And that's why I thought it was so important to give you the opportunity to tell us what you're thinking and the problems that you're facing, and anything that we can do to help that, then you can rest assured that we're going to do it. So that was the thinking behind today. And as I say, I'm so pleased that the Cabinet Secretary for Rural Economy has joined us today. Also, Deirdre Brock, my colleague from Westminster, who is the SNP frontbench spokesperson on environment and rural affairs, and of course Michael Russell, my SNP counterpart in Argyll and Bute, who's also the Cabinet Secretary for Constitutional Affairs, and my colleague from Ayrshire, Dr. Philippa Whitford, who is, as you can imagine, particularly in the processing part, huge interest in the health and well-being of the west coast of Scotland fishing industry. So on those notes, that's the thinking behind it. I hope you find the day useful. If you don't find the day useful, then at least at the end of it, you can pick up a series of cards and you can write to us and tell us exactly why you didn't find it useful, and if we do it again, what we could do better. But again, thank you for coming. Thank you to Kenny and to Elaine for hosting it, and thank you again to my colleagues for taking the time to come along and speak to you directly.
Thank you very much, Brendan. I think just to add to that, it's not just us. CIFA is a national organisation, and there's lots of people helping behind the scenes, and whether it's East Coast or West Coast. So there's lots of people to thank, but thank you very much, Brendan. And I think what we'll do is we'll just pass over to Fergus to speak from the Cabinet Secretary.
Well, my thanks, Elaine, to you and to your team for organising this event. And I'm delighted to be here with a panoply of colleagues. And thanks to Brendan for bringing us together and having the idea of doing so today. It's 20 years ago that somewhat younger Michael Russell and Fergus Ewing were elected to the Scottish Parliament. In my case, quite a lot thinner and fitter, actually. But when I was first elected, I had the pleasure of being the MSP for Inverness East, Nairn and Lochaber, which of course included Mallee. And my education about fisheries was completed by some people in this room and many others from Mallee and North West Fisheries Association. And speaking to some of you then and now gave me a better understanding about how important fishing is to the West Coast. And that belief has remained with me ever since, although thanks to the bizarre decisions of the boundary commissioners, where Lochaber is now in the same constituency as Skye, Dingwall and the Cairngorms, so who thought that one up, I no longer have that privilege, but my friend and colleague and excellent voice for Scotland, Kate Forbes, is carrying on the torch. And it also brought home to me the perils of the sea, and meeting and working with the mission man, and of course the events this year with, in particular, the Nancy Glen as a stark reminder of that. And as Elaine said at the beginning, our thoughts are with the families of Duncan and Jenny. Over this 20 years, fisheries has been fully devolved. Other than, of course, the CFP rather being the responsibility of the EU. But in terms of the devolved settlement, we have complete responsibility for fisheries. And that's right, because who cares more about succeeding in Scotland than people who live and work in Scotland? Without disparaging any of our colleagues down south, you won't get them to come to a meeting like this. It won't happen. It never did happen before devolution. And we are here today because all of us want to hear what you've got to say and go away today better informed and able to take the individual experience and knowledge that we get from you today away and work together to improve successful, sustainable fisheries in Scotland. And that point needs to be made because I believe that the Scottish Parliament, the Scottish Government, has been and will continue to champion Scotland's fisheries interests, and indeed that's my key job That's my key responsibility and desire. And I hope that that was manifest in the first decision that I took, which was to reject the regulatory order sought by CIFA in respect of Arran. That was a decision that I took. It didn't take particularly long to take after we'd held the relevant facts and considered them. But I just mention that because, you know, I am and will always be a stout defender of fishing in Scotland, and I will stand up for you. Obviously, we have to fish sustainably and think of the stocks, the science, and future generations. But my heart rests with you. That's the way it is. And I wanted to start off by just reiterating that. I think some of you who've known me from old will understand that's where I'm coming from. And that is the approach that I bring to this job, whilst of course listening to and involving all, I think the phrase goes, relevant stakeholders. So I wanted to just talk about three things today. Inshore Fisheries, the December Council negotiations that are just completed, and Brexit. And first of all, in respect of inshore fisheries, Brendan is absolutely right that, you know, there's a danger, a risk, I think, particularly with the Scottish media, they can't really cope with too much complexity, to talk about fish as synonymous with the pelagic and demersal fleet in the northeast of Scotland. In fact, sometimes it's as though it is only the northeast of Scotland that has an interest in fisheries. Nothing can be further from the truth, and no one knows that more than yourselves here. All around our coasts, we have fishing of various types, and all of it deserves to be respected, and believe you and me, we are interested in and determined to help all of it. I was down in Eyemouth in December, and I learned firsthand from D.R. Collins and from the guys working in Eyemouth, processors there, the factory there rather, of the difficulties they had from the Gilets jaunes experience, where their shellfish consignments to Italy and Spain were nearly imperilled by delay because of that particular set of problems. None of us really ever are on holiday. So when I was on holiday in the Western Isles, and we normally go to the west coast of Lewis on our holiday, I stopped in at Ronnie Scott's to buy my fish at, some of you will know, his establishment at the harbour there, knowing that I would have at least 30 minutes discussion with Ronnie about the problems of the day. And he told me, Duncan, about the fact that they were wanting to make progress with the spur dog scientific trial. And so I phoned up the office and spoke to the officials who are here today. And I was very pleased to find out that they were way ahead of me and sorting out the issue. And it since has been sorted out, I believe, Alan, and that is going ahead. And that's just an indicator about how we operate. You know, you have access to us. We're here today. We'll no doubt have individual discussions at the break. You can ask us to do things, and then we ask our officials to go away and deliver. And the spur dog instance is one case, a small matter perhaps, but very important to some of Duncan's members. I actioned it, but I was very pleased to find that the civil servants were already kind of on the case. We have proceeded with inshore fisheries pilots in Mull, Western Isles and Arbroath to test spatial separation and local management. There is funding, of course, for investment in research, 2.5 million in inshore fisheries research, 1.5 million for the University of St Andrews research, and the 1.5 million announcement on vessel tracking and monitoring for the inshore fleet, which investment will take place 2019 and 2020. And I've asked my officials to arrange a meeting with the scallopers. I see John is here. And we will have that meeting, I hope, fairly soon to discuss the mechanics of that, how it works out, the details of that, to make sure that we get it right. But that investment is intended to allow you not to be monitored and surveyed, but to be protected against sometimes accusations which are not based on fact or evidence, but on supposition and allegation. And you know, Patrick and others amongst us of a legal disposition will know that we should be looking at the evidence, not at claims, suppositions and accusations that people are guilty before they've even faced any charges. That said, we all know that we have to fish within the regulations, and in my view, the tracking and monitoring system will allow you to demonstrate that you are abiding by those laws and protect yourself against those false allegations coming from a minority of cases. For those individuals who do break the law, of course, the enforcement procedure is there, it has to be respected, and that is correct too. And of course, the very few in that case damage the reputation of the many, as is the case across society as a whole. But that investment, which I secured in the budget negotiations, will, I think, serve many purposes, and I hope to have detailed discussions, and I will have those discussions with you shortly about how that's implemented. We are also facilitating new partnership working between renewables and the fishing sector. I myself met SSE in respect of an individual case, which I won't of course talk about, but when I was Energy Minister and I dealt with the Morrow and the Beatrice fields, the one particular thing, although I wasn't Fisheries Minister then, the one particular thing that I asked my officials to do was to make sure that the developers of these offshore wind farms had to engage with you. After all, you have been there for centuries, they're the new kids on the block, and there has to be a proper process to make sure that issues around gear damage and loss and compensation are properly and fairly dealt with. I know that there will be dissatisfaction and concern about individual cases. I'm mentioning it today because I want to make sure that we continue to do our best to get that right, difficult though it is in some cases to be clear about the evidence. We've also introduced new scallop, crab and lobster conservation measures in 2017-18 with increases in minimum landing sizes for scallops and lobster, and I know again that in some areas this is controversial. Kate Forbes has written to me about the view that some of our constituents take on these matters. But we have also introduced new static gear guidelines, and we're undertaking research on allocation of NEFROPS opportunities, and of course we dealt with catch limits for, well, basically cowboys, unlicensed fishermen, really acting as commercial agents under the guise of being hobby fishermen, and those regulations were put through the Scottish Parliament designed to protect your interests. I know that there's many other issues, and I look forward to hearing the discussion, which is a detailed discussion on infrastructure, on the question of regulation of access to fisheries and other areas. Gear conflict, no doubt, may come up. And I want to say at this point that we're very fortunate in Scotland that, and I'm more aware of this I think than anybody, but I also know that the leaders amongst you of the industry are also very aware of this, that we have the best officials in Britain, if not in Europe, representing Scotland. I have seen the work that they do at first hand in the process of negotiation, which I'll come on to in a moment, but also the day-to-day handling of all of these matters that I've just described, each one of which takes up a lot of time. And they don't just sit in their office in Edinburgh or Aberdeen, they go out and about and they'll travel and they'll meet you and your representatives, and rightly so. That's what I expect them to do. And I think that's something that we should all recognise as a great asset. They are as much a resource for you as they are for me. So I've touched on some of the things that we've done for Inshore, but I appreciate there's many more issues, and no doubt much of the discussion of the day will focus on that. In the December negotiations in Brussels, which of course culminate, or the culmination of the negotiation process throughout the year, I attended this year, as I have for the last 3 years, with Alan Gibb and other representatives. Although the results of the negotiation this year were in some cases mixed, I think perhaps for the West Coast overall, this I appreciate won't affect all of you by any means, but it will affect some of you, that the results on the West Coast were reasonably encouraging, with increases in safe, hake, anglerfish, monkfish, micro, nephrops. In particular, the results in the North Sea were less good. But the key objective was to avoid the risk of choke of tie-up prematurely. And I made it absolutely clear that there are solutions to the choke species. And my frustrations with the EU are their unwillingness to use the flexible tools which sometimes they themselves advocate. For example, allowing transference between areas of species to enable and eliminate choke risk, to allow other solutions, or perhaps to pay too much regard to the objections not based on evidence of any one member state against proposals that we put forward. So frustrating though the experience was, not least direct representations which I made quite forcibly to the Commissioner Vella at private sessions, speaking up for Scotland, we did secure the objective of I believe, and there are some of you here who were present there, of finding, despite the difficulties of the scientific evidence in relation to particular cod and whiting and the poor state of the stock on the west coast, a solution which we hope should eliminate the risk of choke. And therefore, in that respect, I think our purpose was achieved. The UK was represented not by George Eustace, but by Lord John Gardner, a very polite gentleman, and reasonably easy to work with, as George is. We don't go out and pick fights for the sake of it with our counterparts in the UK. We have to have a workmanlike attitude to get the best result. You don't do that by picking fights without a reason. And John Gardner was fine to work with. But unfortunately, I don't think he was hugely overburdened by a detailed knowledge of fisheries policy, not least because he had only been asked to do this, I think, a couple of days before. That doesn't really seem to me to be an ideal way of representing a country in negotiations. Be all that as it may, the last thing I wanted to talk about is Brexit, and plainly, as the press has indicated, there is a very strong desire to get away from the restrictions and the over-prescriptive common fisheries policy, and we support that. We have always opposed the CFP as being prescriptive, not respecting regional management, making rules from Brussels which don't respect the science in every case and are often the result of political deals back door. Actually, the deals with Faroe and Norway are in many ways as, if not as important, or if not more, than those taken in respect of the EU states. But we have always opposed the CFP, and Michael Russell has just over a year ago put forward, in the interests of compromise, a proposal from the Scottish Government which would see Scotland exit the CFP in a form of Brexit which we believe would otherwise protect interests, not least continuance of the single market and the customs union. And the somewhat absurd situation that we're in now is this. During the referendum, the promise was made by those who advocated Brexit that in one step, almost the day after the referendum, we would be free of the CFP and we would have total, unrestricted and exclusive access to all of the North Sea and all of our stocks. And as you know, Scotland has 38% of the fishery stocks in the EU. What complete nonsense. If there was ever a case of over-promising and then risking undelivery, this is it. So what's happened? Well, the deal that the Prime Minister is proposing next week doesn't have securing that access that was promised during the referendum. What it says is that they agree to have a further discussion. And what it then goes on to say is that unless the EU states reach a deal acceptable to them about access to the UK to Scotland's waters, then tariffs will be imposed on you and on agriculture. So there will be tariffs and non-tariff barriers on all fish, shellfish and farm fish. And of course the non-tariff barriers, delays to market of shellfish are obviously critical, which could be catastrophic, quite frankly. So the starting point was, from the Brexiteers, vote leave, and you'll have all the fish. But where we are now is that the deal that has been proposed, if you can call it a deal, it's more really just a potential, possible deal which may be negotiated, possibly something in the future. But as far as fishing is concerned, they parked it. And they parked it in such a way as effectively to give the EU states a veto. Because unless they get a deal that's acceptable to them, you're going to be hit with tariffs. How is that going to affect those of you who are involved in the shellfish side of things? So, even if we set aside all the issues about freedom of movement and loss of access of people that work in the EU, as Ryan Scatterty, a Northeast fishing processor, said the other day, even if we have all this extra fish, that's not much good if we don't have the people to process them. So even if we disregard that, and even if we disregard the loss of guaranteed frictionless access to the single market, we're in a situation, instead of having the deal that we were promised by George Eustace and Michael Gove and all the Conservative politicians in Scotland, we have the possibility of a deal where the EU states have got an effective veto, where if they say no, we are not happy, and that's all they need to do, then there will be no deal and there will be the imposition of tariffs. And incidentally, I'm not quite sure, to the extent that the efforts of some of you will depend on quota swaps, how these swapping arrangements are going to be assisted in this kind of difficult situation. The last thing I'll say about that is this, that I don't think any Scottish fishermen want to see, I certainly hope you don't want to see, that your counterparts in other EU countries are put into liquidation, are put out of business, any more than I hope they would want to see that for you. You probably have more in common with them than you have with the politicians of any party. So surely it makes sense to reach a sensible deal, a realistic deal. And I can assure you that my efforts over the next few months, if Brexit goes ahead, and who knows, maybe Michael will know, tell us later. He's not Minister for Brexit, Minister for anti-Brexit, I think we'll say. But if it does go ahead, this is a serious point. My efforts and those of Alan Gibb, and we're already done a lot of preparatory work on this, will be devoted to make sure that we do everything possible to get the best possible deal, despite the difficult framework, well, the ridiculous framework that Theresa May has imposed on us. And she did so without even picking up the phone to Nicola Sturgeon, to Michael Russell, or anybody. We had no inkling about this. We were not forewarned. And frankly, we were denied access to any involvement in the negotiations, despite obviously seeking that voice for Scotland. So, just to finish up, I hope that that's kind of set the scene. I hope that I've persuaded you that we are passionate in our interest to help you in every way that we can. I have to say that, you know, having been in politics for over 30 years and elected for 20 years, we cannot please everybody all the time. And that's particularly so when in the fishing sector, where I appreciate that compromise sometimes has to be the outcome. I'm just being quite candid with you. But we are here to listen to you, to learn from what we discussed today. I'm delighted there's such a great turnout. And again, Elaine, I'm very grateful to the work that you, Kenny, and your colleagues do, and to CIFA for bringing us together today. So thank you very much to give me the chance of setting out some of the work that we do on your behalf, and I hope that you've found it of some interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary, and on to Deirdre Brock and then Michael Russell.
Okay, great. Thanks, Elaine. Yeah, I'm Deirdre Brock. I'm a spokesperson for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs down in Westminster, and I'll be the front bench spokesperson when the Fisheries Bill comes back to the Parliament, which we're expecting. We don't have a definite date yet, but we're expecting fairly shortly. I don't know whether people have had time to follow what's going on down in Westminster. I know you're very busy people, or indeed noticed the chaos that the place is descending into. I certainly don't blame anyone who's looking the other way for decency's sake, or anyone who feels like giving up on the whole thing as a joke in very poor taste. I have to say the gung-ho mentality that has driven the UK, the whole of the UK to this point, a point where we are leaving the world's biggest single market with no idea, as Fergus has outlined, of the future trading arrangements, is frankly indicative of the way the whole place works down there. Someone gets an idea in their head, they start charging forward without thinking it through properly, gathering allies as they gather momentum, before they come crashing down to reality at the end. And it's always someone else who picks up the tab for those damages, the taxpayer. The industry will be all too well aware of the impact of that lack of thought, the unintended consequences of ill-considered actions. Now, closing off access to skilled labour. We have touched on that, but this is something I want to talk about in some depth. In the case of Inshore, Fisheries, of course, skilled crew. By ending the EU freedom of movement without ensuring other adequate supplies is vandalism. Now, there's much talk in the House of Commons about, from those in favour of a no-deal exit, about how people here will step up and take on those jobs. Now, I'm not an expert, but I am going to hazard a guess that you cannot take a few school leavers and turn them into a deck crew in a couple of weeks. And you can't make a skipper out of it, just anyone. Now, I've not heard enough about Inshore Fisheries. I'm fairly new to this brief, so this is a really welcome opportunity for me to hear from you all and learn more about it. But what I have heard is that skippers are calling it, some skippers are calling it a day long before they would have expected to, and some stories of skippers cutting back on crew. Now those indications to me suggest an industry in need of a bit of help in some way or another, and I am keen, as I hope you can see all of my colleagues are, to hear what might be done to help. Now, Brendan's mentioned the Northern Ireland situation, and as Fergus has said, this Brexit agreement that the UK government has reached with the EU currently is also likely to leave Scottish fishing fleets and crews still under the control of the CFP, but with no way to influence it. I hope we're wrong. I'd be delighted to be proved wrong on that issue. But as Fergus said, access to the European markets is very likely to be tied up with compliance with the CFP rules, and also that the UK is not in a strong enough position to negotiate anything approaching the kind of arrangement that, say, Norway has. And we will still lose market access to the more than 250 countries that we can trade with as EU members, unless the UK government can strike deals with them between now and the end of transition. Now, this industry, again, as I think Fergus made very clear, is a lot more important to Scotland's economy than it is to the UK's. And I fear it is down the pecking order for special consideration by the UK government when those trade negotiations start after we leave. We'll be doing everything we can as MPs to push it up the list. Obviously, the Scottish government will be as well. But it is not going to be a scoosh by any means. And of course, Fergus has already filled us in on how the Scottish government see that challenge and the chances of improving those prospects. But if I can just return to the access to skilled crew for a moment. That £30,000 wage threshold that the UK government is talking about imposing certainly might seem to be a sensible threshold down in London and the southeast of England for skilled workers. But the average Scottish wage is lower than that, and it will not serve any part of our economy well. And we've seen some minor concessions for seasonal workers for agriculture, but that is a tiny drop in the ocean compared to what that industry actually needs. And I think, frankly, we are going to be looking at a long-term campaign of taking industries' needs, different industries' needs, to the UK government and asking for concession after concession, almost a campaign of attrition to sort of wear them down, unless we can get changes to the proposed immigration rules. There is a carrot being offered of the temporary measure for lower skilled workers, but that will hardly seem attractive to foreign workers when it is a single year allowed for a fee, with a prohibition on the following year, and no prospect of switching to any other scheme. So it seems hardly likely to replace workers who come here to work. And You have noted too, I'm sure, the news from yesterday, I think it was, that the Scottish Chambers of Commerce and the FSB Scotland issued a joint statement calling for a fundamental rethink of the UK's immigration rules in regard to Scotland. And I know the Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs will be making a statement on the economic impact of the proposed changes to the immigration rules from the UK government today, so look out for that. Now, can we train people here? Yes, of course we can, but access to the industry isn't all that easy. I think Fergus touched on this, but there was an article in the Herald recently by Simon Collins that pointed out the problems in getting funding from the banks for new vessels, without which the industry is unlikely to grow at any great rate, and the chances of persuading people into training for a career that faces those difficulties are diminished as a result. Now, I did think that when I read that, I did think there might be some case to be made for perhaps a specialised fishing version of the Scottish Investment Bank to not only manage the monies that come from the replacements, whatever those are, for the Maritime and Fisheries Fund, but from the UK government, but to leverage in other funding from private and commercial sources. I don't know what the Scottish government plans are, though, so I'm sure there's possibly something better up Fergus's magic sleeve, so I better not step too far out of line on that one. But the challenges that all of Scotland is about to face will be pretty substantial, but the challenges that an industry that relies on its product getting to market very quickly to maintain its condition are even larger. Onshore infrastructure will have to be addressed. I don't think, although I believe there are moves afoot on this, that there's commercial cargo refrigeration at most of Scotland's airports, for example, and quayside operations will have to be reviewed for investment too. The bigger problem, though, will be the customs checks that will have to be observed because of Brexit. There are hardly any inspection posts set up for fish and seafood in France, for example. So if we don't get a decent trade agreement from the talks during the transition period, exports will be put under threat, frankly. And given the track record of the UK government in negotiations over Brexit, no one is particularly confident at the moment, and we could be looking at tariffs as well. So none of that would be good news for this sector. The Scottish Government has a significant workload ahead of it addressing these issues coming down the track and others, and I and my fellow MPs will have a ton of work down the road to try and get some movement on them as well. So please, we need you to keep telling us what you need and what would help, and we need to keep hearing what needs changed. I know you'll be talking to Fergus and his officials a lot, and that your focus has to be here, but certainly I'd appreciate a wee helping hand for us too down in Westminster. If we can help each other, we will hopefully get through this in better shape all round. And I'm certainly looking forward very much to speaking to you today and to working more closely with you in the future. Thank you very much to CIFA and to Elaine and everyone else for organising this today. It's a great opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I want to be very brief because I think the important part of this is to hear what people's views are rather than just to hear views from here. But I have two roles. One is, of course, I'm the MSP for Argyll and Bute, Brendan's Scottish Parliament counterpart. I've dealt with many of you in that regard, taken up issues and been involved in problems that you've had. The second role I have is the Scottish Government's Cabinet Secretary for Government, Business and Constitutional Relations, which is a grand title. It simply means I am the Scottish Government's negotiator on Brexit. I've been a member of the negotiating structure for the last 2.5 years, which is why I'm looking increasingly aged and coming to the end of my shelf life, I have to say. But it's in that regard I just want to touch on some key issues. I want to touch on 3 key issues. The first of which is the Fisheries Bill, the UK Fisheries Bill, which I actually think is the least problematic part of this. The second one is the possible outcomes and how they may affect you. And the third one is essentially where we go from here. In terms of the UK Fisheries Bill, I have been engaged in trying to find agreement with the UK on all the subjects that are covered by the negotiations and by Brexit. And as Fergus indicated, actually 2 years ago, we put on the table a compromise which would have fulfilled the requirement that many of you and your colleagues had to leave the common fisheries policy, but would have maintained and could maintain the single market and the customs union. And therefore it would have the advantages of leaving the CFP, for those who think that is an advantage, so I think there's a debate to be had about that, but it would also have had the advantages of meaning the product could have gone into and could go into Europe and backwards and forwards without additional tariffs and without additional difficulties. Now that was on the table 2 years ago. It's very interesting that it's still being discussed in the sense that is what the Norway or Norway Plus option is that you hear about. And it's still not an impossibility. It's available to the UK should they wish it. There's only one major barrier, and that is the red lines that the UK government set itself, and particularly the red line on migration. Prime Minister is probably the strongest advocate against migration in the whole of the cabinet, and in fact has a fixation on migration. Every time you talk to her, the conversation ends up on migration and how you have to stop migration. And with that red line, there isn't any possibility of being in the single market. Because to be in the single market, a member of the European Economic Area, you have to accept freedom of movement. Freedom of movement is vitally important for Scotland. 223,000 EU citizens in Scotland. You could argue whether or not that's a good thing to be dependent on it, but it's just a fact. 223,000. In the Highlands and Islands, 20% of the workforce will retire within the next 10 years, and that means we will be 80,000 people short in the workforce in the Highlands and Islands within 10 years, with no natural population growth. You and I are not breeding enough. We're not producing people to replace people for jobs. So in these circumstances, if freedom of movement is rejected, we won't be able to be in the single market, and we will have, frankly, an economic crisis right across sectors in Scotland. So, that having been said, the Fisheries Bill isn't a major obstacle to an agreement. Actually, the relationships that exist between officials north and south have been particularly good. We have much harder issues to resolve. Agriculture actually is a much harder issue to resolve than fisheries. But that could be a matter of an agreement between Scotland and the rest of the UK comparatively easily. But it would have to depend on the 4 possible outcomes that now exist. And there are essentially only 4 ways this can go. I'm never entirely sure of that, because this has been so confusing over the last 2.5 years. But my view is there are only 4 possible outcomes. The first outcome is a no Brexit. That is, as a result of a referendum or some other means, Brexit doesn't take place. I don't think that's likely, but I still think it's on the table. There isn't a majority for it in the House of Commons, but there probably is a very substantial amount of support for it. The second outcome is what I've just described to you, which is the Norway Plus option. And the Norway Plus option, that is membership of the Single Market and Customs Union, or the Single Market. You might not be in the Customs Union, which is where Norway is. And Norway, of course, has tariffs on fish and seafood products as a result of that. But you would certainly be in a better position than you would be on the third option, which is the Prime Minister's deal. The Prime Minister's deal is uniquely bad because it actually has had to follow all her red lines. So in actual fact, lots of things that would have been possible aren't possible. When the EU says this is the only possible outcome, they mean it's the only outcome because of the things she wanted to get out of it. As a result of which it's bad for this sector, because it's got issues in terms of labour, it's got issues in terms of tariffs, but it's actually very bad for aquaculture, which was a total surprise. Nobody expected her to bring aquaculture into the negotiations and to put it in there as essentially something to be traded away. So it's uniquely bad. But it's only marginally worse to think of the worst possible option, and that is no deal at all. There are people who are going around saying the no deal will be fine. There are countries in the world that aren't members of the EU and they survive fine. There's only one country in the world that isn't a member of some sort of free trade bloc, and that is Mauritania. I know nothing about Mauritania, but I don't want to know about Mauritania because I suspect I don't need to know. Just to say, if there's only one country in the world that isn't part of a free trade bloc, then there's a problem. And if you're out on WTO rules, there's some sort of wonderful thing about the words WTO. It sounds wonderful and it will work well. The WTO is a rules-based trading association that essentially exists to police trade. There's no more than that. But it's tremendously complicated and bureaucratic. The amount of regulation in it is enormous, and it's hard to change those regulations. It also means dealing with 164 other countries about how you're going to trade. Not just 27, but 164. And that's going to be difficult. So, of those four, my own preference is no Brexit, of course. I've been a lifelong pro-European. But if we have to have a compromise we offered 2 years ago of single market customs union membership on the Norway model is the best one for Scotland and for the sector and for a range of other sectors. And it's still possible to get to that. But it requires the Prime Minister particularly to accept that she is going to have to drop one or two of those red lines. And I think that that is unlikely. So where do we go from here? Essentially, for the last 3 months I've been saying we'll know next week. And I'm going to say it again now, we will know next week. Or at least we will know next week if any of the options can get a majority in the House of Commons. I'm in the process of writing to every MP, not just the Scottish ones, but everyone to lay out what the Scottish Government's options are and preferences are, but we will know next week what the House of Commons has chosen to do. If, as I expect, there is no majority for the Prime Minister's deal, then we are no further forward. And that's very difficult for everyone. I want a secure outcome of this and a resolution of this as much as anybody else, perhaps almost more than anybody else. We want some security and some safety in this, so we know where we're going to go. But if there is no decision next week, then that doesn't happen. And the likelihood of moving to a no deal becomes greater. And I just want to finish by saying a word or two about no deal, because I would be particularly interested in views in this as the day goes on. The Scottish Government does not want a no deal. Our analysis is that it will be very, very difficult. But nonetheless, we have to prepare for it. We have set up a series of structures to prepare for it. I am deeply involved in no deal planning. The Scottish Government's equivalent of the UK COBRA system, the emergency system, is SCORE, the Scottish Government's resilience operation. That is now activated. It is meeting on a weekly basis. I was at a meeting of it yesterday afternoon. It involves not only all the departments of the Scottish Government, and Fergus is involved in it too. It involves all the responders, it involves the police. It is a big operation, and it's there. And one of the things it has to look at is what happens to primary producers. People like ourselves who are producing something which may not be able to get to market. How do we deal with that? Are there other markets that could open up in Scotland or the rest of the UK quickly? If there aren't those markets, are there places that that product can go? Can it go into a system? It can't be stored indefinitely, but can it go into a system, for example, in terms of hospitals or prisons or school meals, that could in actual fact, for a limited period of time, absorb a product? I find it utterly incredible that I'm spending a good 50–60% of my time thinking about such things, thinking about supply chains, for example. You know, the pressure of the supply chain of what's happening at Dover, it is difficult to see how that can be overcome. This great mythical ferry company with no ferries is part of a process to try and overcome it by the UK. But even if all those contracts are honoured that the UK government has set, it will only increase capacity by under 3%. It will in actual fact be a very limited input. And we have the whole issue of importation, for example, of drugs and veterinary medicines, which are absolutely vital, which will have to take precedence over everything other than basic foodstuffs. So there are huge supply chain issues, and in any supply chain, those furthest from the market are those who suffer most, and that actually means the west and north of Scotland, which is furthest from the market. So, but whatever the Scottish Government can do in those circumstances, it will do and is doing. And that will mean engaging with this organisation and with other organisations to coordinate that activity if it should be required. Do I think it will be required? No, actually I don't. I still think that at the end of the day, the House of Commons particularly will not support a no deal. But it is a measure of the difficulty that now exists that we are spending a very substantial time and effort looking at it, and that includes looking at what would happen to this sector and to other sectors that are primary producers of foodstuffs. Finally, the best outcome of this is to essentially step away from the precipice, to find a solution, even if it's a temporary solution for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and that would be the single market customs union solution. And the Scottish Government will go on supporting that. Its second choice in these circumstances is the second referendum. You know, there is a sense in which that's anti-democratic, not just as the border might argue, but in Scotland too, because we've already voted against it, and very substantially. But it would be better than continuing with this uncertainty, which is not only damaging us, and it is damaging us, it is damaging our relationships further afield. I'm in Ireland next week, I'm in Brussels the following week, and there is a sense of despair that this should happen, and the sense that in a sense it changes the whole set of relationships in the long term. I look forward to hearing what people have to say this afternoon, and those of you who I deal with on a regular basis, I always say I'm entirely open to you coming to me directly if you have concerns that you have in our gallery, and I will endeavour to address them and deal with them if I possibly can. Thank you.
Thanks very much. As he said at the beginning, I'm Dr. Philippa Whitford, so I'm actually the health spokesperson, and I've been a breast cancer surgeon for 33 years. So you might be thinking, what the hell is she doing here? But I live in Troon, so in my constituency I have the Nephrops Harbour and the fish market for southwest Scotland, and so it's an important industry in my constituency. And one of the things that I would have to say, I spend a lot of my time obviously talking about the impact of Brexit on health. I wasn't talking a lot about the impact of a no-deal Brexit on health, because I really didn't think anybody was mad enough to want to do that. But having kicked the vote back by 5 weeks, when we actually only now have less than 80 days left, makes me a bit more frightened that something like that could happen. And as was touched on, we could be talking about shortages of medicines and drugs. The UK doesn't make insulin. That's why people with diabetes are anxious. And you know, I look around and I see other people like myself that are no longer spring chickens. You know, you're also people. You also have families. You also have communities. We've had a 90% drop in European nurses coming here. And if you look at the proportion of staff in the NHS as you get further north, where you may work, where you might have an accident, where you might need some help or treatment, actually that proportion gets higher and higher. So looking at communities, Brexit's just going to have an absolutely appalling effect. From the point of view of fishing, obviously my colleagues here have covered a lot of that. But my particular concern that I've raised in the House of Commons is the impact of the backstop. The fact that Northern Ireland fishermen will be able to fish absolutely equally for net frops, for mackerel, for anything else on the west coast of Scotland. But they'll have a zero tariff access. And the more that fish is processed, the higher the Scottish tariffs will go. And that will affect salmon farming. Because with smoked salmon, for which Scotland is famous, it gets all the way up to 16%. Now the reason smoked salmon from Scotland is so famous is because we sell more than Norway does, because there's no tariff on it. We are going to lose that kind of advantage. And 85% of the fish that landed in my area, which is the nephrops, lobster, langoustine, go as fast as possible to the big cities of Europe. Now, I know it might well be that our school children, our hospitals, even us, get to eat more whitefish or smoked fish because it gets cheaper, because we have to get rid of it quickly. That's not necessarily a good thing for you. It might be a good thing for health. But we ain't going to be eating more lobster if we have a big hit to our economy by Brexit. And that is a real concern. And the hit on the East Coast can also be because what fishermen would be allowed to do is to land zero tariff catch directly into fish processors on mainland Europe. Only if they ask for it. If they say we want, 20,000 tonnes of whatever, that can be landed at 0% tariff. And that might be good for some of you who are North Sea fishermen. That's going to absolutely hammer the onshore industry. The market, the ice maker, the marketer, the processor. And a lot of the jobs and money are in the processing. This is a supply chain of fishing, all the way from the high seas to the harbour, to the processor, to the marketer, to the restaurant. And so there isn't this great opportunity for coastal communities. There's actually a threat to coastal communities. And what I see on my side is trying to get crew. Boats are tied up because of lack of crew. And obviously my colleague touched on the fact that people will struggle to get EEA crew. But what we have in Inshore is we have some fabulous crew from the Philippines. And we've had a few that have been there long term, but what skippers have said to me, they struggle to get fishermen back in. Because if you're an inshore fisherman, it's a different kind of visa than if you are fishing out in international waters. And so they are unable to bring in these really experienced non-EEA crew. And the problem is a boat that's tied up, or a skipper who has no crew, isn't able to make money, isn't able to function, and that isn't supporting their local community. As was said, what we're looking at, staring down the barrel of, even if the Prime Minister's deal went through, is a blind Brexit. The future deal was 6 pages. It's now being waffled out to 26 pages, but it says absolutely nothing about what that future would actually be. And right now, what we're afraid of, those of us who are based in Westminster, with the chaos that's going on, is the danger of going off that no-deal cliff without meaning to. And I think that it's really important that the options are looked at and that we do step away from that. Because what isn't quite clear now, despite all the promises made, is there is still a need for sustainable fishing. There will still be a need for allowing access to fisheries, because British fishermen will still want to catch scallops off France. Fish swim about, there will be species that you may well want to be in someone else's waters over. But what has happened at the moment is that is tied into the economic trade deal. And if we go right back to the 70s, when the industry was described as expendable, we might well see that again.
Thank you very much for everybody's contributions, up to date as well. Now it's everybody else's turn to talk. We are very aware that we have a room full of people who feel differently about political ideas, about constitutional issues, and we respect all of them. We are neutral, but we thank everybody for their contributions. So what we will do is we'll hand over to Penny McNabb, who's going to chair the first section. We have run over slightly. I would suggest that we take our tea break a little bit later, so maybe we head for about just 2:20. I think if we break in. So first heading over to the chair.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks very much to all the speakers. Some interesting comments there. I'd just like to reiterate what Elaine said there. CIFA is politically neutral. Wouldn't think that here today, but all the other parties have been asked along here today, and for one reason or another couldn't make it. But we're glad we have the people that we have here today, and some very interesting comments. Now it's your chance to ask some questions of the panel here at the top table, and I'm very glad that we're in Scotland or here, Alan and Jim and Diane. Great to see them here, because I would imagine some of the questions maybe will be redirected to them, by Fergus.
You're right.
First, if you have an agenda, the first subject on there is infrastructure. Now, we wanted some questions. I see there are some processors here. I have some questions on processing, boat building, haulage, the infrastructure of harbours, or even training. If anyone has any questions, fire away now, and we'll direct it to the panel. Processing, Jamie?
I'm Jamie McMillan, operate 2 shellfish businesses in Tarbert, Fife, the Lochbine Lancaster, and more recently all over Lochbine Sea Farms, predominantly processed scallops and langoustines, crab and lobster. Coming out of the EU, obviously we're looking at growing our business for the future. What money is going to be available for us to build our infrastructure? In Tarbert, we're limited to what we can do at the moment, so we're looking to more European money available to build for the future. So where's that money going to come from?
Well, that's a question that I've put to Michael Gove, and will put again to him when I see him on Monday in London. because at the moment there is a source of funding, the European Maritime Fisheries Fund, and that has provided hundreds of millions of pounds to Scotland and the UK over the period of its operation. And the question about what replaces that post-Brexit is not one that's been answered to any clear extent, certainly not for the longer term. I've been pressing for clarity on that. The initial response was there would be a UK Shared Prosperity Fund, but other than those words, we didn't know what that was. There's been no amount placed in it and no definition. Perhaps because I've been pressing, and others have been pressing, the industry have been pressing Michael Gove for clarity about this. There was, just before Christmas, a statement which he issued, which would see, I think, around about £30 million being supplied by the UK government up to 20. Scotland shares, I think, from memory, 15 or 16 million. But the trouble about this is, as is so often the case, instead of the UK officials in Whitehall being permitted to pick up the phone and speak to Alan and Jim's colleagues about how this would be implemented, they went ahead and announced it. And I'll maybe bring in the officials in a minute, but they announced it in such a way as the money can't actually be spent till next year for technical reasons. And they restricted the scope of the money to the specific remit in the EMFF, which is narrow and prevents the kind of flexibility that would be required to do some of the things which you would like. I should say, in the interests of balance, that the EMFF doesn't allow payments to be made to the very largest companies. I don't think we would fall within that category. But EMFF obviously has financed improvements in ports and harbours. I mean, I've attended, a ceremony in Scrabster, for example, where they got new ice-making equipment, and also in fish processors in the northeast for ice-making facilities, where previously they had relied on larger competitors for doing that, and obviously they were the goose tail when there was a shortage. So anyway, it's been absolutely necessary, but there's been a lack of clarity about the replacement, and that's the approach, frankly, that's kind of permeated the whole kind of shambles of Brexit. Earlier it was mentioned that the Scottish Investment Bank has been set up by the Scottish Government. That's been set up in the course of the next year or so, and I will be arguing strongly that that should not be a metropolitan fund, but that should be available for rural Scotland, and in particular fishing as well. That's yet to be decided, but certainly I will put my oar in the discussions. In fact, I already have. I don't know if officials have got anything else to add about the query, or if I've kind of covered it. Alan?
No, I think you pretty much covered that, Mr. Young. I think the key point is they've kept the use of the fund very narrow, in essence dictating to the Scottish Government how they can spend the money, particularly as it should be the Scottish Government to decide how to spend that money, and only available for the following year, which makes it difficult to do some kind of future planning, and lots of infrastructure projects and expansion and processing doesn't just happen in one 12-month period, it goes over a longer period of time.
If you can maybe give me the details, and your MP, Michael Russell and your MP the details, then we can ensure that they are put to the UK Government. In fact, if you give the details before Monday, I will personally hand deliver the letter to Mr. Gove if you want.
I did see on Friday, I was on Wednesday, a further commitment from James Brookenshire's Communities Department with responsibility for this Shared Prosperity Fund to start consulting on it. But they are apparently designing it now, and then they're going to consult on it, which seems a strange way to go about it. But we are hoping to influence that consultation. But until we know what's in the fund and what funds are, certainly regional funding, social funding is going into, other things are going into too, we don't know. But Jamie, that's the fund which we would be targeting for what you've been talking about and what you've talked about in the past. That would be the fund that would have to be targeted.
Really just a short comment, because I think that's where you're going to have to fight. And the consultation with the Scottish Government at the moment seems to always be once the white paper has been published. So it's exactly the same as consulting any other stakeholder. It's a lot harder to shape it. But the initial papers around the Shared Prosperity Fund were linking it directly with Business and Energy's industrial strategy, which, if you read, is an industrial strategy. So I think it will be quite important to get that orientation shifted that it is looking at prosperity everywhere and not just where there happens to be a big smokestack factory.
Just very, very briefly. Yeah, I know I've met with Jamie a number of times. We've been down to the Seed Factory, and what Jamie's doing is exactly what again you need. Sort of forward-thinking entrepreneur. I know you're expanding into the Far East and China now. But what's the point of expanding your business into the operations into China and the Far East if the bread and butter of your European market is being taken from you? And as Fergus says, the thinking around the Shared Prosperity Fund is foggy at best. You know, there is no clear linkage between what they want to do with the Shared Prosperity Fund and how that will reach businesses like yours. And I would advise, I mean, obviously we will keep in contact. I think another problem is, obviously we've talked at length about the export licensing as well, which is another pressure that's being put on growing businesses like yourself. But I would seriously take advantage of Fergus's offer. If he's sitting in front of Michael Gove on Monday to say exactly how does this Shared Prosperity Fund, how does it physically make its way into your business to help you grow and to help protect you from this tsunami that is coming down the line at us in terms of Brexit, particularly in terms of the backstop, and you know, if we're in a different regulatory alignment to Northern Ireland.
Really quickly, I sit on the Scottish Affairs Committee down in London as well, and Pete Wishart's the chair of that, and we've been doing an inquiry into the Fisheries Bill. So I know there have been contributions made, written contributions, largely from elements within the sector, but if there are any other points that you want raised, please fire them in, because you know, we're keen to take all points of view considering that bill.
Yeah, I'm a fisherman from Campbelltown. I've been fishing for 40 odd years. My first start came from being involved with the Highlands and Islands Development Board. I think that nearly all fishing farmers on the west coast of Scotland have suffered greatly since the demise of the Highlands and Islands Development Board. Funding all through the sectors, not just fishing, catching, all through the sectors. So I think there's pointers that maybe there's a blueprint there that we can learn from, look back and see how that worked so well. And it's never been the same since the demise of that. I just wonder, is there a place for that sort of agency in the future?
Well, certainly there is. I mean, obviously there's the HIDB was followed by HIE, which still exists in service of Highlands and Islands. I've heard this argument many times before, and you know, I think you're absolutely right that we must address whether or not HIE is providing the service to the fishing sector that it should and that it has been in the past. And I've heard this argument before, but I think this is an area where we really do need to have further discussions. Because the MFF has existed, that has been the pot of money that's available. Perhaps that's led the enterprise agencies to think, oh well, it's not our problem, or it's not our area of competence. But I think we need to revisit that, and we shall do that. And you know, I think this actually highlights the usefulness, Brendan, of this event today, that we get this kind of feedback from the grassroots. So we're very happy to take that up with you, and perhaps with the help of Brendan and Michael as well. That would be well worthwhile. I mean, there's no antipathy from HIE. They want to serve the people of the Highlands and Islands. They have a social obligation. They have good people. They've done great things in the West Coast, actually, in general. And there's many successes, I don't need to tell you, in many sectors. But, you know, fishing must not be neglected or left to the goose table.
Thanks, Fergus. First, Patrick.
Something I quite agree with you. I'm an old fowl rather than a spring chicken, so I can remember what went wrong in Inverness. Was one of these famous rationalisations, which means reducing your efficiency rather than increasing it. The Fisheries Division of the HIDB with Jim Lindsay and Murdo McLean, that you must remember, was abolished. Our entreaties to the chairman that with that, the expertise on the fishing industry was ended, proved to be all too true. Nobody that worked for HIE, or HIDB and HIE, had the comprehensive knowledge that those two gentlemen had. Not only the knowledge, but the ability to distinguish the good venture from the bad venture. Their replacements were incapable of doing that, and I could see it, at one stroke, it took away one of the most important functions of that development authority. And Scottish enterprise was far worse.
Thank you, Patrick. Duncan?
Duncan McInnes from the West Finance. Just following up on the discussion on HIE and where we go. Clearly, local authorities are there that have a development remit as well and cover the whole 32 local authority areas, some of them are active and some aren't. But you have to look back and on things that were good and look forward on how things could be fine-tuned and done differently. Because one of the things, what Patrick picked up on is in the early 90s there was prohibition on assisting new builds. And if you look at vessels that were built by grant from HIE that were new builds, they've served the communities very well for 50 years. And a lot of them are coming to the end of their working life. What has happened is those licences had the value attached to them, and now they've been disappeared to restructure the pelagic industry. So what we're seeing is a lot of drainage licences from the West Coast that have disappeared to restructure another. And that was really for inshore fisheries that HIDB did assist in the first instance. So we're looking at new funds and flexibility. One of the things that EMFF couldn't do is assist new builds, you see, because there was a restriction on the age of vessels had to be between a certain age profile before they could get assistance. New entrants to the industry, first-time buyers, had to be under 40 and they would get assistance for EMFF. But I think we're at a crisis or a crossroads stage in the inshore whereby certain elements of the inshore need new investment or new vessels to cater for the requirements of supplying the market, and there's no grant assistance available. There could be grant assistance available that could be fine-tuned to certain criteria. With a new entrant coming in, may get a grant. Why were you going to provide grant to someone that didn't require it? So I think there are opportunities of looking at doing things differently. But that's what's happened to HIDB. The HIDB served the community and those fishing vessels, communities for 50 years very well. We're now coming to the age that those vessels are disappearing and getting out of the system, and we need a new approach on how we replace that.
New approach. Thanks, Duncan. Any other questions? Duncan touched on the next subject there for a minute, but I've got one question for the panel. I realise that the Scottish Government are probably discussing their budget this month and towards the end of the month. And what concerns me is that we struggle a lot of the time dealing with Marine Scotland, who do an excellent job with what they have. But it would be really disappointing if there was to be any cut in the budget for Marine Scotland. It would be of great concern to anyone involved in fishing at the moment. It takes quite long to get things through in Marine Scotland, but that's not their fault. It's maybe lack of staff and especially lack of science. And I would hope that in the upcoming budget that there's no frights coming towards us for Marine Scotland.
Well, I'm not aware of any frights. Marks referred to quite a considerable amount of funding that's available for specific purposes. We always want to do more. I think we are fortunate in Marine Scotland and in the offices around the Coast Protection Offices that we have a group of people that understand all various aspects of the fishing sector and should play a part actually in the economic opportunity side as well. There's no point in duplicating public servants two lots of people doing the same thing. You know, we built up in Alan and his team quite a lot of expertise in all aspects, and I think they could usefully play a role in taking forward the points that Jamie, Tommy and Duncan have made, rather than try and sort of reinvent the wheel or turn back the clock. You can't turn back the clock in life. But I mean, we will ensure, and you know, Michael and I are both in the cabinet, and very timely question actually, Kenny, because the discussion's just coming up in a couple of weeks' time. So you know, we will be able to make these points and really ensure that. I think the main point is that fisheries is included in the kind of consideration of the economy, rather than perhaps considered as somehow separate from it. And there's been a risk that applied to the whole rural economy. Actually, economic policy is very often looked at from an urban kind of city context. So thank you very much for those remarks, and we will certainly take them forward.
Can I differentiate between what is absolutely Fergus's responsibility, which is the budget for Marine Scotland and for the work that was done, and the additional resources that Brexit demands? And for example, in this sector, there's the whole question of enforcement, fishery protection in entirely new sets of circumstances. That is a very grey area at the present moment. There has been some money provided from a very big pot of money that the UK government has put aside for Brexit. Some comparatively modest sums have been provided to allow the Scottish government to do certain things. But the requirements could be very considerable. I mean, you told what Philip was talking about in terms of medicines, that the cost of stockpiling medicines and bringing medicines together is a very, very large cost. You know, and now some of that will devolve on the Scottish government, because the formulary for medicines in Scotland is different from the formulary for medicines in England by about 16%. So there will be things we have to do. And similarly in this area, there will be things we have to do, which we don't presently know whether the money exists for them or not, and that could present some difficulties. And that's the type of negotiation that has to take place, but it is certainly not presently.
Thanks, Peter. Any other questions on infrastructure and haulage? Yes, John.
On the testing procedure, present time, we've got to have testing of scallops and other bivalves before they're exported to Europe. Now, we were very lucky to get a derogation from the EU regulations to allow us a bit of ease on areas and batch sizes. The French do not have such a derogation, and they are, what I've heard from my French contactors, that they wish or demand that the UK and Scottish industry would be subject to the same testing procedures as they have, which would be very, very hard on the processing sector of the scallop and the people who export mussels to the EU, such as Spain, France and Italy. So that is one thing that would be very hard and have to be addressed very early in any Brexit.
Get hold of that, right?
Yes, I did get hold of it. I think one of the difficulties in here is if you're no longer in the club, right, then you can't do anything about the regulations within that club. And you're there dealing with people who will, be holding a whip hand. I mean, one of the real problems, I can't see you, so I'm going to stand up. One of the real problems we're faced with is the negotiating position that the UK government have at the moment is a weak one. It will be non-existent after 29th of March. By definition, if you're out, you don't have any negotiating advantages. And it is already clear, saw that over the December period from President Macron, that there is a focus on fishing and a focus on foodstuffs, where France, Germany and a number of other countries will seek to get an advantage. Now, the beauty of having the single market is that that's regulated. So even if you're not a member of the EU, if you're in the single market, there are regulations you have to observe. If you're not in any of those things, then what you're talking about becomes not only likely, it is the natural reaction of a country that says, hang on a minute, we can get a better advantage out of this, we're not going to allow them to do this. Secondary point there that's really very difficult is there aren't enough inspectors. You know, I mean, it's rare that you regret that there aren't enough inspectors, but on this occasion, there simply aren't. In our Gowland Butte, I know Jamie knows this from recent experience, I know of changes in funding and regulations. There are 2 or 3 people who are qualified to be inspectors, and you simply could not cope with the requirements that would be upon them. And you can't produce inspectors out the hat. It will take a year or 2 years to produce them. Then you have the problem in the food industry of possibly people, because whenever there's an opportunity, illegality takes place of illegal imports and illegal exports, and you're into a whole new ballgame. So that's why I think you've got to avoid anything that's a no deal and try and go for something that has regulations in it, and that's a single market.
Could I ask John, right here, this derogation, John, by the UK, is it the case that France has not taken advantage of it, or what? Because if we're still in the club,
we should have the same rules.
Yes. So can you explain?
It's my understanding that the government will not allow them to have the Scottish derogation for the UK derogation on the shellfish testing or bivalve testing.
So France prohibits it and puts its people at a disadvantage. Like the French.
Okay, we'll cover that quite
Does that
well.
perhaps relate to the quality of the waters that the shellfish and bivalves are coming from?
No. It's mainly toxins.
No, but just there's a lot more toxins
No,
on the French coast than
no,
other.
you get it in muscle of the shellfish. It's that doesn't come from actual.
All right.
I think
Yes.
perhaps just it's more of a statement than a question. I think it's great that we have some great big hubs in Scotland, and they're doing very well. There's been great investment. But what I would say is about our inshore fisheries around the coast, we have a lot of harbours, and we shouldn't be sea blind. And we're talking about relatively very small investments that would allow those harbours to be productive. Now, I have gentlemen phoning me up asking if they know where I can recommend they'll get ice. Now, that's wrong. And we're not talking about a lot of investment at all, and I think that that's something that we have to look at.
Thank you, Elaine. Well, moving on to the next subject on the agenda is quota and licence access. I'm quite sure there will be a few questions on this from the panel. Anybody want to start me off? Aaron.
Hello, thank you very much, Kenny. Aaron Brown, Head of Fishing for Leave. I thank the panel for coming along today. It's good for the politicians engaged on the front line. And I will also congratulate the honourable members who are here today from Westminster for at times holding the government to account well of what is a dreadful and dire ordeal. The backstop and the situation disparity between part of the United Kingdom, Ulster and Great Britain is a manifestation of it. But more important than that, and I'll want to touch on in the discard bit, is that under the transition the EU can wipe us out by enforcing detrimental policy. The main thing I'd like to address first is although you do call the UK government to account well on this dire ordeal, what saddens me is at times, and we've heard it today, ideology or an ideological position seems with your colleagues and yourselves to try and fit facts to the theories you have in your particular position rather than fit theories to facts. Just to cover the Brexit thing quickly, because that then comes on to the quota, just to put down a couple of erroneous and facetious points. The Cabinet Secretary did say that we could never have had a clean Brexit. The campaigns like herself and other Brexiteers offered. We could have had that. We can automatically have that. We could have had it on day one had we walked away. The disappointing thing is that the political establishment in Westminster of all political stripes, but especially Mrs May, have pursued a deal which is Brexit in name only, where we officially leave, but then effectively we sign up in worse terms. And we're glad you do oppose the deal as it is, but it needs to be a no deal now where we walk away. I'll come on to the trade in WTO because that's beside the point just now. The deal is dire, but it's very disappointing when we could work constructively to take advantage of the leaving with the resources that we can get back and how they're allocated. There's almost a kind of heel dragging, oh well, we should just remain. And that's very disappointing because any divorce of any integrated marriage, which our politicians have pursued, will cause disruption, but it's grabbing that disruption to do something better rather than sit there and spit the dummy out. So the main point is I want to come to this. everything in the fishing is interlinked. No body can survive with some of its vital organs missing. It needs all of them. They're all vitally important. So we kind of need everything together. But the main thing is the quota and the resources. Now Brexit brings back a huge dividend if we get a clean exit, and what's rightfully the UK is under a zone of attack. And what I would like to seek to do is a categorical assurance is at the end of the day, no matter what else we address, whether it's infrastructure, investment, new entrants, everything at the fishing comes out the cod end. If there's nothing in the cod end, everything else is irrelevant. So we are going to get these resources back. I very much congratulate the Cabinet Secretary in recognising that the North East of Scotland has ended up dominating and seen consolidation to a particular clique. And what we've always advocated and like to see is a repatriated resources distributed fairly for all benefit, for big companies in the North East and for smaller family operations on the West Coast that are vital to these communities. So I would like to seek today, both from the Minister and his officials, categorical assurance, because the UK Government has said it in its white paper. We will push amendments into the Fisheries Bill. We hope that the SNP can support us and something we agree on, that with the devolved powers that will come in the Fisheries Bill to allocate fisheries resources, that the Scottish Government will not allocate repatriated resources given to Scotland through the FQA system, where the industry in poor circumstances in the CFP was driven to consolidation of last man standing, that those resources will be distributed to all communities and all fishermen on a pro-rata fair basis. On the West Coast, under the current TAC, we can get back 50,000 tonnes of mackerel, and what that does, just as one species, is it allows the West Coast fleet to go back to what it used to do, which was seasonal fisheries. And a lot of the problems with crewing that we can't get new entrants, because the boats are stuck in effort 24/7. If there's a poor part of the season when boats traditionally go to pelagic or whitefish, they can't do it. That's denied to us. So we need to see from you guys a categorical promise today that repatriated resources will allow the West Coast to go back to seasonal fisheries, to allow new entrants to see a career in an industry that's making money rather than stop, start in one species.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay, well, I'll deal with the fisheries part and then pass to Mike to deal with the wider Brexit part. But to deal with the fisheries part, you know, we're all grown-ups here. I mentioned earlier that I've got a good working relationship with George Eustace in particular. I mean, I've spent days with him in Brussels, negotiating, persuading the UK team to take up the Scottish case. There's no, in these meetings, it's not a question of yaboo political insults. It's getting down to have reasoned discussion. That, frankly, is what I'm interested in. So I want to emphasise that. And I also said earlier that my job is to get the best possible outcome. We don't know what's going to happen on Tuesday or the week after that. But if it does lead to Brexit, then my job is very, very clear, is to get the best possible outcome for the whole fishing sector, North East and around the whole coast. And I can assure you that we've got the best people in our team to inform those very, very complex negotiations. And there's a lot of people involved behind the scenes at the moment, and quite rightly so. And there's a huge amount of work. If that happens, that becomes a #1 priority for me. And I just want to kind of start off making that point. Secondly, to answer, Aaron, your specific question, we are about to launch a discussion paper. It's there, it's on the stocks. We've held it back because of just all the complexity over Brexit. We don't want to get it completely overshadowed by that. But in that discussion paper, we will make it absolutely clear that we would like to discuss the opportunity for additional quota going to new entrants and possibly also communities, attaching to communities. There are all sorts of pressures and pulling vessels away to the most accessible ports and harbours. There are all sorts of commercial pressures. That justifies the argument that communities may need to have attached quota as well as new entrants. The FQA system serves various purposes in ensuring investment and not jeopardising investment. But additional quota, we believe there's a case for looking at new entrants, and that is absolutely a clamant need for new entrants, and it must be combined with the kind of points that Tommy and Duncan raised as well, enabling access to finance. So I think I can provide you with the assurances that you want, although it's a discussion paper. We don't want just to kind of dictate the decisions. We do want you to participate and provide us with your views. And that paper should be launched, I think, fairly soon.
Can I just make a point? I mean, I suspect Aaron and I will never agree on these issues, so I don't want to waste people's time on it. But I just want to make a surprising point, perhaps, which needs to be made. There might have been a good way to do this. There might have been a good way to do this. I disagree with it profoundly. I think it is a wrong thing to do. But there might have been a good way to do this if the Article 50 letter had been submitted once the UK knew what it wanted. In fishing elsewhere, to submit the Article 50 letter without having worked out what you wanted, without having written down what you wanted, and then only writing down what you wanted last summer, the Chequers Agreement, which then started all the process of resignation, was the wrong way to do this. And what we are harvesting today is the result of a completely botched set of arrangements over 2.5 years. Now, I would say that, of course, to a politician. I met a man, however, in Edinburgh in 2017, who was the principal of a university, the Zurich University, who had been Switzerland's chief negotiator. And Switzerland has a very complicated arrangement with the EU based on treaties. And he took me aside, he said to me, "Do you know David Davis?" And I said, "Yes, I do." He said, "Will you say to him that he is likely to be negotiating with the best negotiators in the world? So he really needs to be ready for that." And I think, I don't have to say any more than to say that, of course, that was not what happened. But I also just want to say one thing straight to Adam. I spend a good half, 3/4 of my time on the issue of no deal now. Nobody should be in any doubt about the damage that will do to every single citizen. There is no doubt about that. The only question is how far the Scottish Government can mitigate it.
Can I just make a wee point to that? It's really just what I said earlier. Brexit is not only affecting the fishing industry, whether you see it as for good or for bad. It will affect your entire community, it will affect our entire economy, and it will affect our entire society. The impact of no deal on something as big as the NHS is utterly catastrophic. And you might catch more, but you need people to buy them. So either you're getting it to Europe without tariffs and quickly and not rotting in a van and whatever, or you're selling it to Scottish people. Those people need to have a job and they need to have income. And obviously a no deal predicts loss of jobs. But I can tell you the impact in our public services right through of no deal is scary. And the government will end up with a lot of their energy on keeping drugs, keeping food, etc., which should actually be going on the things we need to do here.
Okay.
Yeah, just looking at quota and licensing and see what's wrong with the system at the moment. And I think what's wrong with the system is quotas and licenses were just issued by government for nothing. The government didn't get any money out of quota and licensing. So what we do have is a new entrant coming into the industry has to pay a huge amount for a fishing license, can't even touch if we wanted to go to pelagic, if any pelagic quota came on. So I would plead, with any additional quota that would be coming available is that there's no value attached to it. How that is retained, within the government, and the government retain that without it creating additional value attached to that. And as I said earlier on licensing, we're seeing, for example, on the West Coast, we'll have, on scientific advice, an increase in prawn quota coming, of 24% this year. We've undercaught in this year a significant amount as well. So if you're looking at with that there'll be 50% value, that would be uncaught if we carry on next year as we did this year. And if you look at the value of nephrops being something like, on average, £3,500 a tonne, there's a huge value that's going to be attached to the value of uncaught nephrops on the West Coast. So I think when we're looking at balancing the available opportunities that are going to be there with the opportunities that will add to the value on both at sea and added processing on land, that's why something needs to be looked at. And I know that, Alan, we discussed new entrants and how licensing could be created for new entrants. I think we're now at a stage that needs to be discussed further, and probably no value being attached to them, which was discussed by the licensing review group. Because I would hope, that Scotland going forward, that we can have innovation on doing things differently and learn from the problems that have been created by valuable bits of paper in the past.
Duncan, this is precisely the thinking behind what's going to be in this discussion paper, and the value that this discussion paper will have is it will allow this debate to take place and it will allow us to make progress with this issue. So this really is the direction of travel that we want to see, but we need to take account of all opinions. This is very important to get things right. I just wondered if Alan or Jim wanted to come in and say anything more in response to, I know there'll be a lot of interest in this around the West Coast and the Northern Isles too.
Every issue that's been mentioned in the last 20 minutes is covered quite comprehensively in the discussion paper. We do make some fixed proposals, but very few. Broadly, we are looking at issues such as new entrants. How do we allocate, or do we want to allocate any additional quota if there is such a thing? Do we do that differently from the norm? How do we not create value attached to it? Licences have title, quota is a national asset, and we'll never depart from that position. It's a public resource, and all of those things are in there. Cabinet Secretary was very clear. He wanted to be creative, inventive, he wanted to be brave. In some of the discussions to be had, that's what we've tried to do. National discussion, bring it back, and at that point we'll engage again and come out with a formal consultation to try and change. And it'll be titled The Future Fisheries Management, looking at how we manage our fisheries into the future in a better, more sensible way.
Yeah, just one final point, I'm glad to hear that from Alan. But one of the things, that have been very successful in island communities in the past has been community quota. And there's a model that has been developed in the island communities on community quota, which has worked in those communities. And I think, we should develop along those lines as well.
Well, I've been leasing quota for over 20 years now for prawns. It's not just new entrants, it's older lads as well. You can't even buy it now. You can't get any POs anywhere. The doors are closed because you can't buy quota.
It's becoming a problem. Everybody thinks there's plenty of prawn quota around.
No, it's quota before it's...
Patrick was in there.
I just wanted to say to Alan, he may remember that a consultation which sounds staggeringly similar to the one that's now being proposed was carried out by your predecessor not all that long ago. So I think to say the CFA were just going to dig out our reply, because nothing moved from then till now. Now we just make the point that the difficulties in which we find ourselves have not arisen through malice or incompetence or ignorance. They have arisen because of administrative convenience. Governments, whichever hue, were well warned that licences should be removed from decommissioned vessels, that quota should not be transferable, and it's not, and the quota, as you know, is not owned, it is a use right, and the payment is not for ownership, it's for a premium. It's a premium on a use right. The fact is that all these things were drawn to the attention of government, and not one warning was ever heeded. And the reason is administrative convenience. It will not matter. I can remember the late Douglas Stott staggering back in amazement when I told him that a market in licences had been created by him and would rapidly get out of control, and it did.
Just very quickly, I can absolutely categorically assure you this is not a rerun of the previous two consultations, which were quota management consultations. We've heard Clyde and CIFA in several forums raise issues across a number of issues, all of which I can assure them are covered in the future fisheries management. Mr. Ewing, his instruction to me was absolutely clear. I am not reverting back to type, I'm not rerunning old, outdated consultations. I want this forward, future-looking across a whole spectrum of issues.
I'm pretty good at comparison, that's what I do for a living. I'll be interested to
Just to finish that time for a go again with Duncan, and agreeing with Patrick there, but I want to make this point to the Cabinet Secretary since he's here, because sadly, much to my regret, after Brexit, which no matter what side of the political spectrum we're on, is either, well, you guys see it as a disaster, it could be an opportunity if advanced, it throws the cards up in the air. But to make you aware, quota ownership and the way it's distributed and how it's administered is something that could have been dealt with domestically. Glad to hear Mr. Gibbs say it's not going to be a rerun, but sadly, rather the industry itself, some people vested interest looking at this as an opportunity for the whole industry to go forward together. Some reverted to type of 20 years of consolidation to a selected few. The price of quota now is unviable. Even if you have unlimited funds, the return you get in your money for what you pay for the tonnage is impossible. If you come into it with unlimited funds, no interest to pay loans, it's impossible. Renting quota now is making off 60% of the profit from the whitefish fleet by a select few of people sitting around certain board tables who monopolise the system and don't want it to change. The government has got to grasp that nettle, despite the squeaks of outrage that will come from certain quarters, because it's making it unviable not just for new entrants, but even the guys that are going at it. And that then again, with everything interlinked, knocks onto the crew, because no crew want to go to sea for half their efforts to go and quota rent. One thing that we have suggested in the Fisheries Bill, we hope the SNP can support it, is dealing with skippers, abrogating that and banning it, so we'll need to see that in the Scottish Parliament as well. Flagships need to be clamped down on, because obviously they've inflated the price with injecting a lot of capital from big European companies in, and will do so again. And another suggestion we've made to DEFRA, would like the Scottish Government to take it, and the back of what Duncan says, is licences for new entrants, ones that aren't monetarised, ones that aren't just a free gift, but almost licences of the Crown, where new entrants will be given a licence to get a start that might last for 5 years until they get some working capital up and then they go off and buy their own. So those are three things that are vital, which could have been dealt with just now aside from flagships with the factor obtain case, that need to be grasped now. I'm very glad to hear what Mr. Gibbs says, but I'd like to hear what the position is in slipper skippers and quota rent, licences in the Crown for new entrants, and also in flagships.
Well, as I say, we will be launching this discussion paper very shortly, and all these matters will fall to be discussed there. They're not straightforward. A market has been created. Once a market has been created, it's been created. That's a fact. We deal with the facts as they are, but we're very keen to see the options of new entrants and community quota pursued in a practical fashion, and that discussion paper is an option for that. It hasn't been possible, actually, I'm afraid I have to disagree with you, for us to finalise all these matters up to now, simply because although we sought to reach an agreement with the UK in respect of the Concordat, and we did reach a final version of the Concordat which allows these matters to be dealt with in Scotland, and the agreement was reached, and correct me if I'm wrong, officials, in August 2016, the UK government has refused to implement that. And that highlights the point. Anyone here that thinks it's easy dealing with Whitehall should rethink that proposition. Okay? We have to fight tooth and nail to make any progress at all. We do so in a workmanlike and courteous manner, but in the case of the Concordat, which is the precursor to being able to resolve these matters successfully, and other matters, we haven't been able to see the conclusion of that work, even although everything was agreed. It's been held up, I'm afraid, by Michael Gove and George Eustace. But be all that as it may, assuming we can go over that hurdle shortly, a political hurdle from Whitehall, then we want to get on with making progress on all of these issues. And I think actually the discussions, the contributions today have been very useful. The practical difficulties and constraints, the high cost of quota. I mean, I've heard this argument in ports around the country as I visited them, from the frustration of people that would like to see younger people come into fishing but can't because of the high costs and other restrictions and disabilities. So that's precisely why we're doing what we're doing, and that should happen fairly shortly.
And the Fisheries Bill, which we're talking, specifically states that governments can compensate the owners of quota for their quota. Now, that is government admitting that it's allowed the quota to obtain value and that people will get an advantage. Not the price they paid for it, but the value at today's date, or the date where the compensation is paid.
Well, that's the UK Fisheries Bill, and we have,
which applies here.
We have devolved powers over large areas of fishing, but in respect of quota management, the Concordat is required to complete the the package, and we're required to navigate the Brexit matter at the same time. So these are procedural matters. The Fisheries Bill, as Michael Russell has said, is not the insuperable problem to these issues, as I understand it. You know, there are technical issues to do with the Fisheries Bill, but don't get sidetracked by political arguments about the Fisheries Bill. They're not really relevant to this. What is relevant is we're going ahead with our discussion paper, and we're pretty determined that we should see progress for precisely the reasons that we've heard and the frustrations that we've heard today, which obviously we've heard around the coast.
Clause 14 of the Fisheries Bill, I think it is, does actually confer the involved administrations the right and the powers to allocate resources, allocate access rights. It actually goes very far in handing those powers down already. Effectively, anyone can be left to decide who gets what.
Well, that's fine, but as I say, we've tried to get these powers for the last several years, and it was agreed back in August 16. It's been held up, so there we are. There we are.
Sean, a real fisherman.
Thanks, Kenny. Sean McGuire, Galway Statutory Fishermen's Association, based in the Solway Firth. The issue we have with quota at the minute, it's nothing whatsoever to do with Brexit, so I prefer to keep Brexit out of the answers. Under 10 metre boats administered by Marine Scotland are next to zero quota for Area 7A, which is the north part of the Irish Sea. We have briefly discussed this previously with Jim and with Mr. Ewing. Boats across the water for us in Maryport can catch tons of fleas, tons of skate, nethrops. We've got a member in Kirkcudbright buying nethrops boat off the Northern Ireland to fish at the Ross Island and move the Kirkcudbright River because he's got zero. Obviously that's nothing to do with Brexit. It's to do with the split up between the UK and the devolved administrations, in my opinion, because the Welsh fishermen seem to be saying they've got the same problem. We're not allowed to catch fish. We used to have under 10 metre boats that switched to fish in the winter. Now everybody's stuck at lobster and whelks all the time. Can't do anything else.
It's a historic issue in terms of, you're right about how the allocations were divided up between the four administrations based on historic track records, and it's quite circular in that sense. Sometimes that example you're citing there, I'm sure, is 100% accurate. There are other examples where Scotland's share is the exact reverse, where we've got lots more in other parts of the UK. To try and do an internal swapping arrangements where possible, to try and facilitate that. Actually, Mr. Ewing intervened a couple of years ago on a skates and raised spur dog issue that was something that should have been dealt with over a couple of days and took about 3 months to get fixed. Trying the challenges of working with DEFRA. But I think if on specific examples like that, Marine Scotland are responsible for the management of their own sector, which is not exclusively but primarily under 10 metre vessels. If there are opportunities you think are available that we're not making the most of, if we can find swapping mechanisms, we'll try and do that for you if you're able to go and catch them. And I'll just ask you to get in touch with Diane Buchanan here, our head of Inshore, and we'll certainly look into that for you along with the quota team as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this just comes back to a point I tried to raise in my speech on the withdrawal agreement, that a lot of these things get put down to the common fisheries policy, and a lot of them are actually how the industry has been run across the UK, within Scotland, within any of the four nations, and I think it's important that those issues are separated. The things we can try and get on and fix in Scotland, the things we have to negotiate with Westminster to do, and lay the blame for what is Europe's issue with Europe, but not to just shove everything in as if all of these problems were to do with the common fisheries policy. They weren't.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to the next subject. Now, I'll just have one comment I would like to make. Regarding quota, the quota is very important. I think even more important is licence. That you've got to get a licence before you need quota. And the problem that we have on the West Coast and in the Irish Sea and Northern Ireland, the main problem we have is because of the price of licences, the pelagic industry needed to upgrade all their new boats, new vessels that have been built, and the licences that were prices shot through the roof. So you've got a lot of guys are coming up for retiring age and the boats are old, so they take advantage of that and sell for the big price. So we've now got hardly any boats left on the west coast. Northern Ireland's fleet's depleted quite a lot as well. We've got an increase in the quota, the Netherlands quota for the west coast, and I doubt whether we'll be able to catch it or not. Because we don't have the boat, all the Lancet licences have been transferred to the north east of Scotland. I see that as a bigger problem than the quota. We'll not get any boats to catch it if it carries on the way it's going at the moment. Anyway,
somebody had to sell it.
We'll move on.
Look, can I?
Wait, yes,
I'm sorry to take up your time, but I'm going to make my journey worthwhile. I was at an awards ceremony in Dunedin just before Christmas, and Brendan and Michael were both there. I got an award, they didn't. So in order
You're about to reverse that.
In order to engineer his revenge, Brendan invited me to attend here today. Thank you very much. Please, if I say anything which is not true, I'm out of touch. I don't hear everything. Only this week I read the Fisheries bill. If I could just deal with that in a moment or two. If the Fisheries bill is an example of taking back control, then the campaign flag of that movement must be the purest white. I have never seen such an abject surrender of the powers that the UK government could have exercised for the fishing industry. It is beyond belief. Now, we're told, don't worry about the Fisheries bill, but I think we have to worry about the Fisheries bill. And just on the point about compensatable quota, perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could give a very simple undertaking that he will move an amendment, or have an amendment moved by Brendan or whoever, to just say that this some clause will not apply to Scotland. That's the way to deal with it. The problem is that this bill immediately says the minimum that the UK is going to do in the matter of quota negotiation. It already says, it says in here that ministers may not agree a deal which is worse than present relative stability. This is the relative stability, by the way, that the SFF believes we're going to get rid of. So, something odd about it all, really. But it comes, the more important point relates to how you negotiate with the strong bargaining position of the European Union. I entirely agree with the Cabinet Secretary on this. Now, there may be ideas about this. I haven't heard any, so I've got one which is probably hopeless, but I'll suggest it to you. The federations, that's the SFF and the NFFO, said in a briefing paper on trade, the federations emphasise that supply chains within the UK and the EU are best served by free, unimpeded trade. And I think you would all agree with that in here. But what they're doing is saying, we want control, the rest of you can go hang. Now, I'm perhaps the only person in this room that was in the room in Brussels in 1983 when Peter Walker, who was then the Secretary of State for Fisheries, Agriculture, etc., came into the room and said, this is the common fisheries policy. I've agreed with my European colleagues upstairs. You have 20 minutes to agree it. What could we do? He had agreed it, so that was it. But don't forget that Scottish fishermen have fought tooth and nail against the policy position of the British Trawlers Federation to ensure some sort of protection for inshore fisheries. As a result of which, 2 derogations from the common fisheries policy were obtained. One was relative stability, and the other was the 12-mile limit, although it itself was subject to certain derogations in the 6 to 12 mile. Okay? These oaths still exist today. Despite us saying Britain's fish and whatever, nobody seriously suggested that they would be revoked. Well, I think we can give Europe a taste of its own medicine. I don't say that in a aggressive thing. I must emphasise and declare an interest that Malcolm Rifkin, the late Robin Cook and I were three of the founders of the Edinburgh University European Society, so you know where my position is.
Just sounded a bit rough and threatening there, Patrick.
Good. I hoped it might be. Now, you notice that derogation. If the UK says to Europe, we are entitled as a coastal state to control access to the 200-mile EEZ, that's our undoubted right in international law. But we understand that you want access. You want other things. We're prepared to derogate to you, we're prepared to consider derogation of access on our terms, but they hope it will suit you, in return for free access to your markets, and in return for no regulation, counter-regulation, as you suggested, John, you know, the chemical testing regulations. So you will not impose regulations for our food, which are more than you have. Okay? If you decide at any stage in the future, sorry, this is quite important, this is your future we're talking about. If we decide, I'm just about finished, if we see in the future that you start to tamper with our access rights to your market, the derogation may be in whole or in part withdrawn. That means we have control, and they can't do anything against our interests without the risk of losing access. Okay? The other thing I want the Cabinet Secretary is marine protected areas. Once we come out of Europe, you are free to enforce the marine protected areas beyond 12 miles, one of which is in the Blackman Ground. I hope we can get an understanding that the MPAs beyond 200 miles will be enforced. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Interesting comments there for you, Cabinet Secretary. But I'm afraid we'll have to move on. We're a bit behind in time here.
We've got to catch up with Patrick.
Catch up with Patrick.
Later, to respect this long-standing.
Now we go to Darren. I see you there. And Darren, we're now talking to Foreign Crew. And we're very lucky that Darren Stevenson here, one of the experts in Foreign Crew. And Darren, I wonder, could you give us an update on what's happening?
Yes, I'll come to the front so you can see me and hear me. And to be honest, the speakers have already covered some of the topics I'm going to cover, so I'll not take too long. I'm Darren Stevenson, for those who don't know me. I'm an immigration lawyer, and over the years I've become sort of specialised to an extent in the law as it relates to foreign crew and maritime immigration and things like that. So what I want to do briefly is cover the law as it stands, the law that we labour under, perhaps, in relation to crew, just a very brief history of the lobbying that is taking place, attempts to change the government course on this, and finally, briefly, just some recent developments which have already been covered by some of the speakers. So, the current situation in the UK is that a work permit for a non-European migrant, and potentially now, post-Brexit, for a European migrant, is regulated by the points-based system, and in general by what is called Tier 2 of the points-based system. And under Tier 2, an employer, prospective employer, can obtain a sponsor licence and can potentially sponsor a foreign national to come and work for them. But that's subject to a broad minimum skill requirement of what is called Recognised Qualification Level 6. Now that qualification level is pretty much degree level occupations and professional and technical occupations. And that is why you cannot, for example, sponsor a Filipino national to come and work on your vessel if you're operating inside the UK's jurisdiction. What is unique in a sense to the fishing industry, however, is that there are a couple of almost exemptions from that general position. And the primary one, which you will be familiar with, is under Section 8 of the Immigration Act 1971. And what Section 8 effectively says is that you can arrive at a port in the United Kingdom with crew of any nationality enter without permission from an immigration officer, which you would normally require, and operate in effect as exempt from immigration control as long as you want to leave on that vessel. And what Section 8 has been used for in areas where vessels may operate outside territorial waters is to bring in crews from any real nationality on what's called a transit visa. And they transit to the UK to join the vessel, and thereafter their subsequent comings and goings on fishing voyages are regulated by Section 8 as an exemption from general immigration control. It probably wasn't the original intention of Section 8 to facilitate the use of, for example, Filipino crew or non-European crew, but that is in effect how it was used, and its position has been endorsed by the UK government. And what that creates is a two-track system, where in effect some geographical regions, because of their proximity to non-territorial waters, are able to get a broader access to labour than other regions in the UK, purely because of the topographical coincidence of, for example, islands on the west coast, which extend the 12-mile limit, or the extent of territorial waters, to a far greater area. So, in terms of the lobbying approach, a lot, and I've met, there's been quite a lot of immigration ministers over the last few years, to be honest. I've met a few of them, probably about 4 of them. I ambushed Robert Goodwill in his constituency office in Scarborough, and the same point really has been made, is that it is fine, theoretically, to regulate labour access from non-European or non-UK workers. That's fine. But if you're attempting to engender change through immigration policy, you can't really have a policy that just affects some parts of an industry and not others. Because if you're saying to one part of an industry, you need to engage British workers, or you need to basically stop your reliance on foreign labour, that's okay, but how do you then compete with others who are not subject to those conditions? How can you change your business models and employment and labour strategies when others are not necessarily required to, just because of the coincidence of how this law particularly works? And I think that's a good argument, but it's not really been taken up. And so it's been tricky. And the other interesting thing about immigration law in general is that outside of Tier 2 and Section 8, there are other concessions. And there is, for example, there has been a concession for vessels operating, or the crew of vessels operating in territorial waters who service wind turbines. And that concession came out of nowhere. That was simply the UK government have been successfully lobbied to basically provide an exemption. And ironically enough, The Guardian reported in recent months that that concession, or workers who were brought in under that concession, there was instances of abuse. And in fact, it probably shouldn't have been granted and it hasn't been properly controlled. Another concession exists for sheep shearers, so there is an ability to bring in sheep shearers from Australia and New Zealand over a certain seasonal time, because there's clearly a shortage of sheep shearers, it's usually to say, in the UK. Now, what will happen potentially, as you've heard, no one knows, I suppose is the bottom line, but what potentially could happen is this. The Migration Advisory Committee is the body which is tasked by the UK government to advise it on immigration matters. And it recently has been asked, well, first of all, been given a potentially expanded role, and has recently been asked to comment and provide a response on a review of what's called the Shortage Occupation List. The Shortage Occupation List is a part of immigration law that provides an exemption from the general rules of the Tier 2 relating to high skill. Now, the relevance to the fishing industry is not actually immediately apparent of this, but how it may become relevant is that the UK government has also now said in its white paper that it may reduce the minimum skill level required in the Tier 2 to what's called Recognised Qualification Level 3. And presently, Recognised Qualification Level 3 would include certain types of fishing vessel crew grades as being able to be sponsored. So what you're then left with is perhaps a lobbying opportunity whereby you could argue that the skill level of crew should be re-examined, because at the moment the UK government regard crew as not being skilled enough. Whereas I think any of you, I'm happy to be corrected, will tell me that in fact crew are highly skilled. They need to be highly skilled, they need to be trained, they need to be aware of safety regulations, and in fact there are statutory obligations upon them to be trained under the sea fishing safety training regulations. If you don't abide by those, you can be prosecuted for that. So they are skilled, not in the sense of a doctor or an engineer, but in the sense of having a wide variety of abilities, and in fact it will improve their productivity and efficiency if they are skilled to that extent. So that's the kind of first point, is that if there is a reduction in the minimum skill level, there is potential to argue that crew should be included in that skill level, and therefore you are then able to engage in another Tier 2, and that then enables a legitimate route to bring in crew to serve on vessels wherever they operate. The second thing, potentially in terms of developments, is the, as was mentioned, the low-skilled route. So putting aside Tier 2, putting aside skill, the UK government said we will potentially introduce a route for 1 year for people to come in and do anything they want, any occupation. That, at the moment, is pretty nebulous, to use a word that Theresa May doesn't like. It isn't confirmed which nationalities qualify for that low-skilled route. They are talking about a year cooling-off period, so you can come in for a year, and you have to stay out for a year. And that, the effect of that would be, obviously, if you had perhaps a fleet of a few vessels, you might be able to circulate crew or to change them, but if you've got one vessel and a reliable core of crew, you lose them for a year, and you wouldn't bring them back. And that system is only really being talked about because the government recognises that Brexit may result in a cliff edge of labour access. Because at the minute there is relatively unencumbered access for EEA migrants, but that the intention or the result of Brexit would be the system would apply equally to all, and the system would be marked by a requirement of a minimum skill level before you come in. So that's where we are. I mean, there is the lobbying is carried on in various directions and in various ways. There's just a real sense of uncertainty at the minute, because everything we talk about and everything we see in terms of white papers, we need governments to pass laws, we need stability to make those reality, and it's very hard to tell the direction we're going. The only thing I would leave you with, though, is that there is a sense that, from my limited perspective, the immigration system has reached a kind of nadir of complexity and restriction, and that potentially, even if this government is particularly hard-line in immigration, but that hopefully the direction of travel will be towards liberalisation in general, which might resolve labour market access issues that you have. So that's all I have to say on that, unless there's any questions.
Sure.
I don't know if Elaine has the slide ready that I had sent to me this morning from one of our static gear skippers, one of our larger operators in Orkney. I'm Fiona Markinson from Orkney Fisheries Association, and that the issue of labour in the active fishing fleet, which is at a crisis point for many skipper owners, is really a trailblazer for what the future labour shortage in many other areas could be. And this has been something that has been building up way before Brexit. Now, for instance, talking about this potential new immigration bar, a £30,000 annual wage for skippers in my area would not be a problem. They would happily pay that kind of money for their crew. Whether lesser amounts are paid as part of other people's types of economic model is a different thing, but we are very proactive in terms of ensuring that there is good welfare and pay for crew where I come from. Two Filipino men were sitting at Capitol Airport this morning on a one-way ticket back to the Philippines, both very sad and the skipper frustrated. Part of the problem being that rock stacks are counted as part of the UK mainland, which means that if they fish within or clip within the 12-mile radius of a rock stack, they are immediately out with the law. And border force are extremely vigilant in monitoring all vessels for where they are. So I'll just make that point to perhaps illustrate where we currently are right now, where we've been and where we may be heading.
The 12-mile limit and the use of territorial waters, the test is what they say is wholly or mainly. In fact, the test varies depending which document you read. And of course, the irony is that vessel monitoring system data, which wasn't attempted to be used in this way, has been now co-opted by border force to track where vessels are going and then make decisions on immigration relating to that. It's a very poor mechanism though, because fish move. For example, your colleagues in Northern Ireland are able to fish in the narrow channel of sea between the Isle of Man and Northern Ireland that is not within territorial waters, but that's just absurd because you're in that, an imaginary line on a map that indicates where you're actually going to operate your vessels. That can't be right.
Brilliant. Thanks, Kerry. And the first lot, I'd like to put on record my fact that I didn't know Dan was here. And over the past 3 almost 4 years, Dan has been a huge help in sort of negotiating this minefield, this really sort of complicated minefield, and I think we've been together seeing a number of UK migration ministers. And I think that the problem lies is when a UK immigration minister gets the job, the last thing they think they'll be asked to think about is the geography or the topography of the west coast of Scotland. They don't get it, and they don't see the need to get it. And when you go and speak to them and you explain about the 12-mile limit on the west coast as opposed to anywhere else in the UK, you can see that they understand what you're saying, but they very quickly, when they leave the room, it all goes in, because they understand the logic, but what they don't get, or what they are told very quickly, is the politics of it. And the politics of immigration is so hugely sensitive and so ridiculously wrapped up in this, but it's actually not an immigration issue at all. We say to these people time and time again that the people that we want to bring in are international seafarers. They want to come in, they want to do a job. They have no right to remain, they have no right to bring their families, they have no desire to remain or bring their families. They want to come and do a job and then return home again. And I say, when you speak to them face to face, they get it. But the minute they leave the room and are talked to by their civil servants, then the sort of political reality kicks in for them. And no matter how often they tell you they're sympathetic, they'll generally come back, well, they have always come back and said no. Even when we took the Philippine ambassador to the Home Office, he said, no, we can't do it, and we won't do it. I mean, and they know, and I repeated it 2 days ago in my letter to Caroline Knowles, that this is an existential threat to this industry. You know, this has to be sorted. And well, what I would say, and I draw your attention to the fact that there's a hostile environment being created. And I don't know if Jonathan McAllister is from Oban, or Jonathan.
Well, I'm not. I'm his wife.
Oh, right.
I'm not Jonathan, but yeah.
So, but I mean, we got a phone call in May saying that having tried to get non-EEA crew and failing because of the red tape, he then got a Latvian crew together. And then for no reason at all, one of the Latvian crew members was detained at Glasgow Airport, was then sent to Dungable pending deportation on some trumped up thing about non-payment of national insurance, which turned out to be absolutely not true. Fortunately, he had a good sense to phone our office. We went straight on to the Home Office, and within a week, the Home Office had changed their reason for detaining this Latvian guy 3 different times. 3 different excuses he gave us in the course of a week, ending up with, we believed he was in danger of exploitation, despite the fact he was a sheer fisherman with a history of being here. And he was eventually released from Dungable and free to join his crewmates in Oban, but not before going through absolute hell, having a boat tied up with a crew member shot. So that's the issues we're facing. The issues that you're facing day in and day out. The government who can't see that this is not an immigration issue. This is an issue of international seafarers who want to come here to do a job and go home. But they simply can't see it. And I say thank you again to Darren for a huge help he's been.
Terry.
Right. This conference was set up to hear from fishermen. Now, I'm a fisherman, and you're going to hear about a real struggle. So I've heard all the introductions from the panel, and you want a wee bit of education about what it's like to run a trawler. Now, I haven't got a question, I'm just going to give you an idea of what the last couple of years have been like for myself. Just give me a minute, I'll have a few different points to make. So, I know them, but the majority is SNP panel, and we've heard what you've got to say. I've been hearing the same thing over the last couple of years, so now you're going to hear what I've got to say. Now, I used to vote for SNP, but I don't anymore, so now you have to give me a reason to start voting for you again. So, I ran my boat, it's called an Nereus, it's an Inshore freezer trawler, which packs and processes long steam, and I employ 5-6 British crew and 3-4 Sri Lankan men. The first 2-3 years was great.
and then all of a sudden we got a law that Brendan and Darren speak about. It's been the law's always been the same, but it was never been enforced. So, going about my business, the border force got hold of me, and my strong and crew were detained. Pending investigation for to go to the holding detention centre until it was investigated. But I didn't have it. I just booked them flights and they went home. So we've been packing and processing prawns on the west coast of Scotland and supplying niche markets all over the EU, and a good customer base. And all of a sudden I was thrown in a situation where I had to employ a full crew of home men, which did not work out and is still not working out. Now, what's happening on the west coast just now is all the guys that started their jobs with help from the HIE, which I did. I left the school, I got a grant that allowed me to build my first boat, buy my first boat, sorry, which was a second-hand trawler, and we straggled on, and then we got there in an area 6 years ago as a safe working platform to see myself going forward. Now, these boats now on the west coast are being sold. There's 2 or 3 being sold in the last 2 or 3 years, and it's all due to not being allowed to work with non-EEA crew inside the 12-mile limit. Now, there's another 2 boats for sale, and one's only a year old, and it's been sold at the end of this month. I'll touch on a wee bit about recruitment. Now, I sit in the FITA board as a director, as Lucky and all the rest of them that try and recruit the youngsters into the industry. And for all the effort that goes into it, the return of youngsters is very, very low. And it's it's a serious issue. The whole infrastructure is collapsing in the west coast of Scotland. There's no young infants. The 1 or 2 that do come through go and work at the creels and go back and forth, but there's no recruitment into the trawlers. Now, a trawler can support a fair amount of connected local businesses up and down the coast. Now, just moving on to the skilled side of things, it's really important to say that it's very frustrating that to be known as not being skilled and running a trawler, as well as all my crew. It's a close, tight kit business. Everyone has to know what they're doing, have each other's backs, and all the rest of it. You've got people skills, you've got skills to work electronic equipment, I've got marketing skills. You know, I've got guys in Italy that I've been supplying product to for 2 or 3 years wondering why they can't get a West Coast langoustine for me, because I can't work inside 12 miles because I can't physically crew my boat. I've gone through about 12 men that all applied to come and work for me in the last 12 months. 12 different people came, we tried to make the boat work, and it just doesn't work because they talk the talk, but when they come, it's a danger for them to be in the boat for one reason or another. Drink, drags, no show, the boat tied up for long periods of time. So it's just very, very frustrating, and I want to know what can be done to try and apply more political pressure to get the rule changed, because if it doesn't, I'll be selling my boat in the next couple of months. And for me to not be able to encourage my son, who's only young, he's only 6 or he's 5, coming on 6, he loves his dad's boat, but I'm not encouraging him to be a fisherman, because when you go home after trying to run a business for the last 12 months and your wife says to you, if you don't change your job, you're going to get your backside kicked out the door because you can't handle the stress anymore. That's the finishing point in my life.
Could I maybe just interject as a timekeeper? I know that we've run on considerably, I hope everyone will bear with me, but what I suggest is instead of segmenting, we keep this discussion going, and we just break for tea at the end, if that's okay with everybody, because it needs to be working. If I can just add to Terry's point, yes, we know that we have issues recruiting domestically. Some of that is about actually depopulation. Michael touched on that a little bit earlier. These areas maybe just don't have the workforce. But we do have a job of work in terms of learning how to market and engage with young people, but it's a long way off, and we really need to have access to men now, men to train up future men as it comes on.
Thanks, Aaron. Tommy.
Just a quick question for David. Is there a legal reason why it's perfectly acceptable for wood carrying, like the timber boats, to fly up and down the west coast of Scotland, never outside 12 miles, carrying Filipino crew? Yeah, it's not acceptable for fishing boats. Is there a legal reason for that?
It could be the spot of it, you'd expect me to know, but the problem with Section 8 and the sort of, in general, I think the regulation of this by the Border Force, it has become, it previously didn't exist. So the way that West Coast skippers for many years did have non-European crew, no one bothered them. Then Border Force started to get a handle on the EMS and started to enforce it. There are certain complicated rules about cabotage, EU transport of goods, and also voyages to places like the Isle of Man. But your point about whether a vessel which solely operates in territorial waters and solely goes between sort of UK ports, my view is it should not have non-European crew. Now, what may be happening is that I don't know if they do VMS data, for example. A good point to make is that depending on the nationality of the person coming in who's not European, you have a different entry procedure. So Filipinos are required to obtain an entry transit visa, but Indonesians and Ghanaians, for example, because of certain provisions within the International Maritime Convention, can arrive at port or an airport and say, may I come in and join the vessel. Now, Border Force are not geared up to actually then properly assess the case. They just make a decision on the basis of the papers that they have. Unlike, for example, Manila, where they will want VMS data for 3 months, and they've become quite sophisticated with that. So I suspect, I have said I don't know the answer, but I suspect they don't have VMS data. I suspect they're just not undergoing the same checks. And we've had various court cases and litigations, both sort of mostly just aborted things that never went anywhere, but we've had quite a lot of engagement with Border Force across different countries, in Scotland and Northern Ireland, and it's not that well understood. And even lawyers, I've even had QCs confused about what the law actually means in some circumstances. So it's why it's not an attractive mechanism, because it's not that easy to actually understand or explain in many cases.
Darren, could the supply of VMS data, which is used as the basis for enforcement, be a breach of the GDPR, of the General Data Protection Regulation?
That's a tough one as well. Actually, there's an interesting point, and it may have been a point that, this is very off the cuff because I haven't prepared for this call, but I think it may have been a better point on the Data Protection Act prior to GDPR. And the reason for that, well, not necessarily prior to GDPR, but very recent legislation has been enacted where the government has reserved for itself quite powerful exemptions from the general prohibition of sharing personal data. And that didn't exist, I think, to quite the same extent. And what was complained about in Westminster, and people were objecting to the actual quite far-reaching part of the government. So I suspect now they could probably say, well, this is required for the administration of immigration control. But I take the point, and we did wonder. Our impression was, in days gone past, the Border Force literally just took their fingers and got VMS. I know they have their own maritime control though in Portsmouth, and I don't know what data they have access to, but I take the point.
VMS comes to Fisheries Department.
Well, just around that point, it might well be worth challenging that, because I was on the Health Select Committee, and what was happening was data was being given in England, not up in Scotland, but in England, from the NHS to the Home Office. And therefore you actually had this situation of people not going for treatment, children not getting vaccinated, because they were terrified of actually suddenly, rightfully or wrongfully harassed by immigration services. And Sarah Wollaston and I and a few others worked against that during the bill, and we actually got that stopped. So it could be something that's kind of sitting out there and the people at the desks don't know about it. I'm going to use my opportunity to finally go in. I wanted to ask Darren, your basis for thinking we're in the deer and things are going to get better, in the sense that, the Prime Minister was, Home Secretary for 6 years. We haven't had anybody as anti-immigrant for a very long time. And obviously as health spokesperson, we saw NHS England turn away, or have to turn away, 2,500 doctors who were non-EEA, who had actually been appointed to posts. So, you know, that degree of self-harm for something that is very high up their priority list really concerns me, that when we don't get them engaged with fishing, because they say, oh, it's 0.03% of the economy, you know, how we would get them to suddenly start seeing sense there. So I think, you know, we need to get these things on the agenda, but I can't say that I see in Westminster a softening of attitude to people who come from somewhere else, and we need them in all our sectors in Scotland, as Mike said, we're not breeding enough.
Could we move on? I have an answer here to your question, Patrick, for protection law.
So, setting aside the GDPR, the new GDPR, just to assure you, Marine Scotland doesn't have an open pipe in terms of the VMS data to anybody or any agency. It's restricted data. There are exemptions for bilateral arrangements between control and enforcement agencies or bodies within government that, on request, data can be shared quite legitimately and legally.
The border force can get it if they want it.
Sorry?
The border force can get it if they want it.
In terms of enforcement activity, yes.
That's all we needed to.
Okay. Right, Alan.
Just to make a quick point to the panel.
I'll try to quickly. We're out of time.
Firstly, short term, the men need the crew. At long term, nobody wants a dependency for the crew. I think most of us want to get back to home crew, community based. What was one of the strengths of the job of nurturing young men to go through. Obviously that relates to fishing opportunities and having an attractive industry. Short term, we've had warm words from politicians of all stripes in this. Youth lot made good efforts, Jim Shannon and others have done well, but it's all behind the scenes, right? Brendan is quite right there. Joanna conflates it to make a kind of political point that it's immigration. It's not. You make the correct point, this is about workers, not immigration, right? Can the SNP bring its grunt to bear, rather than this behind closed doors, to embarrass the government to say this is an immigration issue, it's a workers issue that effectively is going to cause a Highland clearance, to make that short-term publicity to scare DWP and the Home Office into giving the exemption, and long-term we need solutions to not the cause which politicians, or symptoms which politicians are good at doing, but the cause, and that is a long-term thing. So guys like Terry will get to know that in the long term in the pipe, there's opportunity in the West Coast to attract new entrants in, sufficient training, sufficient funding. Without that short term, without that long term, we're buggered.
Thank you, Alan.
Can I just say, I have to tell you, Adam, we have been raising this constantly. Ever since I've been an MP, we have been raising it time after time after time. Angus Brendan McNeil's been taking a real lead on particularly foreign workers on
Can you do
vessels.
something publicly to embarrass?
We have been. We've been holding debates. We've been mentioning it in the chamber time after time after time. The problem is that immigration is entirely reserved to Westminster. So until we get, and we've been calling for this as well, a differentiated approach so we can take a different attitude, because we are different in Scotland, we do have different needs, and we want that recognised. I mean, other regions, nations within the UK have their own needs, and they should be fighting for that, and I know they are, but we have been fighting for it. Unfortunately, the government is refusing to listen. I think Mike perhaps mentioned that top of that red lines list is immigration and ending freedom of movement. I mean, this is a priority of this UK government, and this is something that we have to... Well, yes, but I mean, the attitude within the immigration bill as well is all... It's sort of... But yeah, I mean, honestly, we have been, and we will continue to raise it, don't worry.
It would be nice to have it in the papers to embarrass them rather than just to float it by.
But we have to get the papers to take those issues up for us, and if they're not prepared to do that, then that's a problem too.
Brendan would like to say.
Just briefly, Terry News is an awful story, but it's not
real, like, you know,
it's not unique.
I'm speaking on behalf of 5 or 6 of my friends.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. We're all out. This year we're finished. John's there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
what do we do then? If you are powerless to do anything, what's the point in being here?
Well, I think I don't.
The trials have been trying since 3 or 4 years.
Okay, but I'll tell you. You see, what can be done? I think first of all, we've got to divorce this from what has become a toxic immigration debate. This is not an issue of immigration. This is an issue of international seafarers coming to work. And that's what I get back to. It's been an existential threat to the industry. And if we don't get those international seafarers to come and work here, there won't be an industry left in the West Coast of Scotland for people. Well, I hope it's not too late. But you say, what have we done? What can we do? I spoke directly to the Prime Minister.
I've heard you, Brendan. You're doing your utmost.
And I said to her, look, if you want to do a pilot in Argyll and Bute, a regional immigration pilot, that we can arrange an immigration system for our bespoke needs.
Yeah.
And she didn't even give me the time of day. It was a one-word answer: no.
I met Caroline in Troon. I gave her it in black and white in 5 A4 sheets what was happening in my business, and she didn't have the decency to reply me.
It's awful. Well, you're lucky because I'm the MP there, and she didn't even bother to let me know she was coming, that I might have had the chance.
It was a great meeting. I didn't even have the decency. There's somebody crying out, and then you try and get in touch directly again, but because you're not a constituent, contact the Home Office. Waste your time.
Well, sorry, who is your MP? Is it?
It's Ian. I've been speaking back and forth. Ian's told me himself, he's trying so hard, but we're not hiding to nothing.
It's because we don't have the power to do it.
I mean, Michael Gove had suggested devolution of immigration early on in the whole Brexit shenanigans.
And it's the politics of this has been wrapped up with, as I say, this toxic immigration debate. And it's nothing to do with immigration. Absolutely nothing.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to move on. It's a very serious situation we're in as far as foreign crew is concerned, and hopefully we can move on from here. And hopefully you've taken all this on board. I'm quite sure you knew beforehand, but you've taken it on board now, and you've heard Terry's story, which is common, and it's very good.
Yes.
I'm going to pass out the next subject to move on a wee bit quicker to competing interests and coexistence, because I think that will be quite a lively topic. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. We'll move on to competing interests and coexistence. And before we we'll deal with aquaculture first. So Fiona, one of our CIFA members from Orkney, is going to say a few words on aquaculture.
Lovely to be here, everybody, and great to see such a full room of people, grappling with lots of difficult and very emotional issues, I have to say. The sea has become a really busy place. I've been 10 years with the OFA, and in that 10 years we have seen renewables development ramp up the agenda, the laying of cables, pipelines, SSE, replacement of electricity cables, fibre optic cables. We have seen ship-to-ship transfer. We've seen marine protected areas, and ongoing has been aquaculture development, which started, of course, in a very small kind of cottage industry. It has developed into, a multi-million-pound corporate industry. It is very valuable to the Scottish economy. We, as a fishing industry, have been on the back foot and have had to kind of realise that, the space that we once thought was ours, and nobody else was very interested in, is now under severe competition and pressure. Of course, we acknowledge that we must share the environment and the sea, we must look after it, things must be sustainable, the sea must be clean and protected. But one of the difficult issues that we grapple with in Orkney is that fish, shellfish, however you class them, and fishermen chase and hunt them, live and work and understand the sea environment in a very different way from the way land-based people understand it. And what we're seeing is a transition of terrestrial or land-based thinking, which is basically divvying up your ground into houses and fields and gardens and hotels and shops and industrial areas, and implanting that on the sea, which is different. And that's where we have trouble, because as the sea becomes a patchwork of areas to be
cordoned off, whether it's for a marine protected area or a renewables farm or for agriculture. We lose fishing grounds, but we also lose something else. We lose the biological integrity of a pure environment. And I think what's happened most recently with the CIFA, Scottish Environment Protection Agency's investigations in Shetland, has shown what we were concerned about for a long time, that many of the chemical inputs into the marine environment have actually been destroying the crustaceans on which the wild fishery survives. Now these are the issues that we're grappling with, and they're coming. We're always slow in catching up and getting to the point where science understands the evidence. But looking to the future, we don't know what electromagnetic fields will do with all the cables that will come off, the many wind farms that are planned. What the turbine sediment dispersal and drift will do, to nursery areas, we don't know. Science hasn't been begun to really research these things. So there are a lot of things that we're at the very start of that we don't know about. We're only just catching up with some of the inputs that have come from our age-old industries. So that's all I'm going to say to that. I just want to scene set really what it's been like in Auckland, because we've been there at the forefront of it. But this is your forum, so your questions and points. Oh no, I've spoken too much. Come on, somebody.
You're not going to have this opportunity for a while, so please speak if this is a concern to you.
Yes, Sean. Can you stand up, Sean, so we can see you?
Sean McGrath for the Galway Static Gear Association again. I'd just like to point out that we have a low 20s number of member vessels in the whole of the South West Scotland. There are some boats there that are not members of our association. Every static gear boat in the South West is party to an agreement with our mobile gear colleagues every year to share the grounds. Some of our members take boats ashore to let the boys into loose day to work. We do not support calls for separating different types of fishing. We want to work together, continue to work together.
I think that is the spirit of everyone, that we are here to share. We're not here to exclude. The sea is not the land, and you can't break fences in the land. In the sea, sorry. Okay.
I think if I can just pick up there, Sean's made a very important point, because I think just prior to coming to this meeting, we feel that we are continually saying go through the IFG structures and have fishermen working together to create regional differences in regional change and regional management. And the IFGs aren't going as fast as we'd all like at times, but one thing they are is democratic and they are fair. And so you might want a change happening in the next couple of months. It might take a year, it might take 2 years. But if everybody next to you agrees it's a good idea, there's compromise to be had. And I think a lot of people I know, certainly before coming to this event, were concerned about some proposals about banning certain types of gear, particularly the 3 nautical mile limit, which has been proposed just lately. What I would say certainly is, if you have any concerns about that, talk about it now. And also, we are very supportive of all types of fishing working together. For us, that's our ethos. We compromise, we learn to work together. So please, to the floor for any comments.
How did the 3 mile limit even get to the stage of being a proposal? Is there someone here today from the the Creel SCFA?
We're not members of it.
No, I know you aren't. Neither of my friends here who are Creel. But how did it get to this stage where people have been working together for as long as I've been fishing and long before I was ever a fisherman without any bother?
Could I maybe take a attempt to answer that? Because I had to learn about fishing. I've got my wife about it, and I had to learn about all the difficult stuff. And like many people, I just didn't understand what went on under the sea. I didn't understand really what the difference was between clearing and trawling or any of these things. But what I have learned over time is that the seabed, the type of fish, the species, the habitat It's so absolutely complex and different depending on where you are around the coast. I mean, the fishery in Orkney is very different from that in Shetland in the Western Isles and on the North East. So it seems very obvious to me that it's the last place where one size fits all. And that what we've tried to build in Orkney is a bottom of knowledge from fishermen's experience, their knowledge, because they know an awful lot about the places where they work. They have incredible knowledge about species and tides and all these kinds of things. Pulling all that knowledge together gives us a valuable, a cohesive picture about what it's like in Orkney. I can't tell you what it's like in the Clyde.
I understand what you're saying, and that's not
Yeah.
quite the point I was trying to make.
I think I can help you. The 3 mile limit surfaced some 4 or 5 years ago as one of the policy aims of COAST, the organisation that attempted to close the fleet, to close Landmarsh Bay.
Yes.
And the Creole Federation, Tahitians, worked closely with them. So my guess is that's where it came from.
The question I'm asking is, how was it allowed to be? It's been made by various organisations that shouldn't really have. This comes to the word stakeholder.
Yeah.
They're not making their living from the sea. Why are they stakeholders?
I think anybody can say up to forum what they like. That's the position we're in. Whether it's taken up by others and it becomes policy is a different thing. I think Duncan maybe wants to come in.
Yeah. Just some background to 3 mile limits and that. If you look at the majority of Scotland, I would say that fishermen work very well together. I mean, in the Western Isles, we've got the largest static gear fleet in any area of Scotland. And we've got a kind of a different types of fishing, and that's the way you have strength by having mixed fisheries rather than be dependent on one fishery. And I would say that if you look at a very small minority of people within a specific area have been on about a 3 mile limit since the 3 mile limit was done away with in 1984, and things haven't changed in that area one iota. And if I look at what we've done in the Western Isles area like that, we've looked at what's happening. We've introduced seasonal closures which work very well, and I would say that in season there are certain areas of ground that won't be yielding to trawlers, and those grounds can yield to static gear. Because for whatever reason, the marine environment suits certain sectors at certain times of the year and doesn't at others. And until people understand that, you always have a small minority, I must say. And looking at what happened in 1984, there was a 3 mile limit, and it was just on the use of otter boats, nothing else. Scallop dredgers were allowed inside 3 miles, so were pelagic vessels. And the letter I saw made reference to herring. On the back of that, there were seasonal closures to protect juvenile herring, not to prohibit, all herring vessels from going there. So I think people need to understand, a lot of background on what went into it. We had Broad Bay, that was a very, very successful bay for scallop dredging in 1984. The last time a 39-foot scallop dredger was there, for a side, they crossed 4,000 pounds there in 1984. There is not a scallop, hardly a scallop left in Broad Bay now. All that's there is starfish. And divers, that go down and are working for razorfish in Broad Bay, because razorfish are the only thing that's left there that go down into the sand that starfish don't get there. In 1984, the haddock were coming into Broad Bay. The haddock don't come into Broad Bay, but they reach Tulsa Head now, and they don't go south because the starfish have taken over. So it's similar to the land. If you're not harvesting the land by rotation, rushes have come onto the land. And there is no doubt whatsoever, if you leave the land uncultivated, the rushes will take over. So my conclusion is that it's a very, very small minority of the Scottish inshore fleet that have a gripe and have had a gripe since 1984, or since they've started fishing. And the majority of the inshore sector work together very well. And I think to destabilise, what has been established over that period of time, you've created a market that accepts live product from static gear guys. You've got a processed market and a fresh market that accept prawns from a trawl sector. That has been developed over a long period of time. A lot of people will say the value attached to a creel cod prawn is £9,000 a tonne, and for a trawl cod prawn it's £3,500 a tonne. They do not take into consideration the added value that's created on onshore employment that's looking at processing onshore, which is good. In Stornoway there, we've had a prawn processing factory there since over 50 years. It's been sustainable, providing employment there. Arnish has come and gone, had 100 million pumped into it in that space of time, and until this week was employing no one. Yet the prawn factory has been employing people there for 60 odd years. And I think what we have at the moment in inshore fisheries is a sustainable way forward, and it would be, I would say, wrong to move and do anything different just to satisfy, for the whole of Scotland, just to satisfy the need of people that have been having this gripe since 1984.
Right, there's a lot of hands up now. Please, Jennifer. Yes,
Robert Suter, Scotland Fisher Boys. I direct this to Fergus on Marine Scotland. Why is Marine Scotland so hell-bent on giving away seabed to MPAs, wind farms, and now a proposed 3-mile limit?
Well, listening to the discussion, incidentally, I was told this event finished at 3 o'clock. I have a conference call at 3 o'clock, which is about some jobs on the West Coast. I'm not saying where. I've responded to 3:15, but I'll have to go then, just to let you know, since it's running on, which is understandable because of the importance of the issues. And I think the comment that was made that static and mobile gear fishermen can coexist is the right one. That's the way to do it. Well, let me answer the question. So we've no plans to introduce the 3-mile limit. Let me just be clear about that. You also asked about MPAs and renewables. Well, we have a massive resource in our seas. We need to find a way to ensure that we can avail ourselves of the massive benefits of all of these things, in my view, including tourism, of course, and angling, and leisure cruising and cruise. There's been far more pressure now than ever because of the onset of renewables, particularly in the Murray Firth. So these create pressures, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Fiona made a number of excellent points. I think Orkney do things perhaps better than elsewhere because they work locally better. So I think the key, as Elena said earlier, is to have local people empowered to make the decisions. And the gentleman there, I think the people that really have the right of the maximum say are the people whose livelihood is at stake.
Yeah, but
and just the last thing I'd say is that, judge people by what they do, not what they say. The very first thing I said was that the first decision I took when I was Minister was to turn down the application by CIFA. Now it was based on the evidence, I stress that. I'm not making a political point here. That was the decision I take, so I hope that that gives you a sense of confidence that I am supportive of the fishing sector in Scotland. You've been here for longer than anybody else, and as long as I'm around, then my job is to make sure that with all the environmentalists and the pressures coming from that front, and the renewable interests, and the power of the big companies involved, my job is to make sure that your voice is heard, and then the local decision making is the way ahead. You don't really want us in Edinburgh to be determining who fishes where. That's not the way ahead. The way ahead is, as Elaine and Fiona have said, with the local inshore fisheries management having the power to deal with it and not being derailed by others whose livelihood, frankly, is not at stake and who may have their views. Everybody's entitled to their views, but the difference is that if your livelihood depends on it, then we have to pay greater regard to that, and that is the approach that I take and will continue to take. But please understand, we are bound by all sorts of laws and regulations, and we have to have regard to that, whilst the main thing is pursuing the interests of the fishing communities throughout the country.
I'm going to try and get as many people in that haven't asked and then come back to people's hands up again. I think, was it yourself? Or Andrew? I'll come back to you.
Marine Scotland's got access to VMS data because it was able to put things in. But in the north east of Scotland, we've lost vast areas in that Bowl and East Beatrice and what have you. And it's not just the job ID, it's the scallops and it's a vast area that they've taken on. We've lost, we've gone a fish here now. Because one thing, we're going to get in a wheat for the turbines and cables and everything. You can't get where the cables are running yet. And we're losing vast areas because of them. And MPA is now getting proposed this year for the money further. It's just getting beyond the joke now. People saying about we're losing areas just left, right and centre. Up and down the east coast here, and the west coast here, the wind farms, what have you. It's getting beyond it. We're getting squeezed out all the time.
As regards the MPAs, I mean, we have, I'm thinking of a particular case now, but West Coast, but obviously, as I understand it, the purpose in law of an MPA is not to prevent fishing efforts in the area covered, it's to protect particular features within that area. And therefore, the protection of the feature is what is legally required. The law does not require a blanket ban on fishing effort. And of course, provided tracking and monitoring is available, provided it's possible to demonstrate precisely where any vessel is and has been at any time, then that facilitates the enabling of fishing within those areas, provided you avoid the reefs or whatever this protected feature is. Now, this is an area of great contention and controversy, but I hope that we can have a further discussion about, in practice, how we can coexist. The MPAs, I'm afraid, because of the legislative framework, are there. I can't unmake them. But my job is to see how fishing effort can be enabled in areas without threatening protected features, but without a blanket ban on massive areas of our coasts.
Fergus, you're talking about the protective features, just to quickly. These areas have been fished over and over and over out for probably 50 years trawled. These features are still there. Why do they need protection? You know, they're still there. Why do they need that? That's the be all and end all. That's even the West Coast.
Probably not the best person to answer that question, but you know, I don't make these laws. You know, in life we play the cards as they fall. Now, I'm your Minister for Fishing, and what I've said to you is that I undertake to get the best result I can. But you know, we all operate within the laws. Whether we like the laws or not, and I'm not particularly allowed to go much further in this comment, is actually irrelevant. But my job in playing the cards on the table that there are is to do things like turn down the CIFA application when it was in front of me on the basis of the evidence, and continue to try to do my very best to stand up for the interest. And I absolutely hear what you say, and I'm aware of the arguments in Barra, the sound of Barra, and the West Coast, Skye, and all over the place, and therefore the practical answer seems to me to find a way to coexist, to prove that you're fishing responsibly and legally and not illegally, to protect yourself against unfair criticisms from some people who, in some cases, may well have their own axe to grind.
Can I just supplementary? The Minister is right. The making of MPAs is nothing to do with whether the feature has survived intensive fishing. It's to do with a legal obligation to the Oslo Paris Agreement. Now, the UK, it's nothing to do with the EU, it's to do with an international agreement which the government is bound to observe.
Sorry, can I take from you, Minister, that you're looking at ways of allowing us to fish without going near these things that are being
provided it's lawful, and there's a debate.
And also, Minister, we've been complaining for the last couple of years about vessels fishing without monitoring systems within the MPAs, which are damaging the brood stock, which are one of the only good things about the MPAs is that there's scallops there producing spat to go into surrounding areas. and the same guys have been doing it time after time without being arrested. Can you please not allow scallop fishing without monitoring systems on board the boat, regardless of their size? If they don't have the monitoring system, it's illegal to fish for scallops. It's really simple.
Well, I mentioned at the start that I'm having a meeting shortly to discuss all the issues in relation to scallops, precisely because we want to find practical solutions. I see John Harms looks as if he's straining at the bit there, but the money that I mentioned, the $1.5 billion for helping to pay for the equipment of tracking and monitoring, will first be deployed for scallopers, precisely because of the sensitivity. All the press, you wake up one morning and you get wall-to-wall coverage on the radio, usually one side of the argument, not the other side being put. I must admit, I find that quite irritating.
Always the BBC, I might add.
Well, I'm not a fan of the BBC. I can say that. If the BBC's watching, you're welcome. But the meeting with John, maybe John could give his comments, but I'm very keen that we find practical solutions to this, which allow you to carry on doing what you've been doing for a long time.
John, would you like to and then you are, and then you...
About 10, 11 years ago, there was proposals to have a huge marine national park on the west coast. People power got that stopped. Right. Fisheries helped us an awful lot with that initiative, but we managed to grow this program within the community from Skye all the way down to south of Mull. And we managed to get it stopped, and the proposals for that came from a very small, disenfranchised cabal called the Hebridean Marine National Park Partnership in the Oban area. Now what we have is that we've got a huge and growing environmental element who call themselves stakeholders, primarily in the West Coast. Now, those are funded and membership is mainly out with the Scottish area. What we are seeing is another Highland clearance with overt environmentalism, with vacuous rhetoric and emotive dogma used to persuade willing donors and members who don't know any industry, who don't know the need to give them money to enable them to trap traps all over the coast to try and get their point across. We have got to fight against that, and one of the ways we fight against it is working together as an industry to stop the initiative. They don't have a case, and we should stop this increasing gentrification of the West Coast instead of trying to get indigenous industry supported and working properly again. And we need to do that. We need the licences. Instead, we need the
okay, John, these are excellent points. I'm conscious that the Cabinet Secretary has extended his time. Can we just catch a couple of questions and perhaps you could respond to them all? Aaron and then Andrew and then
Well, I was going to mention discuss. Is anybody else getting to say the MPAs first?
Okay, would you
I think there's been quite a few to say them.
Anybody else on MPAs? Okay, quickly.
Just quickly to add on, like if there's no, we're on about the pressure that John spoke about to do trying to persuade people that we need more protection on the West Coast. It's a group of charity-funded people that are paid big salaries to day in, day out, chip away at hard-working, honest fishermen. And you have to get wakened up and switched on. And you have to get onto Twitter and onto social media because that's where they're doing all their spouting and they're gaining a big, big following.
Would the Scottish Government, since under electoral commission law, as the pro-Europeans would like to take Mr Banks to pieces on, you're not allowed under electoral law to lobby with foreign money or foreign interest. Will the Scottish Government bar those groups that are taking foreign money, especially from American charitable funds, from lobbying? the Daily Record did a big expose on it, that these groups are still allowed to put pressure on and create this avalanche again. So Terry says, working men who aren't used to campaigning against seasons campaigners with unlimited funds, this money coming in from slush funds abroad.
Well, I agree with that. I think Terry's point is right. I think that, you know, I do feel that the voice of the working fisherman is not really being heard. And John's point is right as well, to work together as an industry to get your message across through social media, in particular these days, is very important. And if there was more folk, I appreciate it's difficult because you're all working, you may be out of a signal, but I mean, it's to do that, I think, is very important because it is very much skewed at the moment, and the public is only getting half of the picture all too often, I'm afraid. And so I think Terry's point and John's point, I would totally agree with.
Anybody else with environmental
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah. You know, I think, you know, on VMS, you know, what VMS will tell you is that our vessels there, you see. But I think as we move forward, we have to be sure that technology has moved on, you see. And, you know, the systems that are currently in place on winch sensors on that tell you exactly what a vessel is doing. Because if we're moving forward to, you know, say, you're not fishing there, you need to have the evidence that you were talking about, Minister. And, you know, the technology exists. And, you know, the scallop sector is coming under severe criticism. And certainly the ones that I talk to are happy enough to have winch sensor systems fitted to show it's linked to the winch, it's linked to that long position. You know exactly the time that you are fishing, where you are, what you're doing. If you hold your gear, you know exactly when you hold your gear, when you sort it, when you put effort onto it. And that's available, and it's used very successfully in Denmark, where Marine Scotland compliance, two officials were up having a look at good practice in Denmark. So I think, you know, by moving to that type of system in Scottish Inshore, I think the industry can say with clear evidence that could take any challenge and say, that's where I wasn't there then. And then the BBC would run away and know that you had
that's why we're putting 1.5 million into this, which would incidentally pay for at least 5 BBC executives.
So the final thing I was going to say, see, we didn't touch on markets and exports. You know, as we move forward with new opportunities in 3 years' time, I'd like to see the bluefin tuna that sold the first one on Tokyo market in 3 years' time being caught on the west coast. And that means that we'd have access to bluefin tuna, you know, on the west coast, which would, because last week they were shoaling in the North Minch. There's hundreds of them there, and you know, if we're moving forward, you know, we'd like to see access to the Far East market, and it would be good to see that 2.5 million paid for the first one on the market would come from the west.
I'm going to intervene now because that's our time really up. So I think what I have to say to everyone in the panel and the Cabinet Secretary of Fisheries is thank you very much for giving us a voice, because everyone can come over here and they can put the points to him, and I think that's brave, and it's very, very good of him to spend so much time. So if we can just have a round. We might not have an awful lot of time to discuss this, guys, because Frederick will have to leave. Yes, I don't know, maybe Alan could stay on and give an update, if that makes sense.
I need to leave because obviously it was 3 o'clock an hour.